What's going on, everybody? We're live and in the house tonight. It's Wednesday, 6 o'clock as usual. It's the live stream, baby. What's up, everybody? All one of you, two of you. Well, one of them is me. So, jump into the chat. Don't be afraid to say what's up. It's another week of topics that will probably keep me shadow banned and unable to grow my audience on YouTube permanently, the usual. And but I'm glad to be here, and I'm glad to see all of you. And I know some of you show up and watch the replays, and we'll just so a little channel update. I don't know exactly how I'm gonna do it, but I might. Hey, Dave Gass, how you doing? I hope you're doing well too. I'm all right. You know, living the dream. You know how it is. Um, oh my God. So yeah, we'll talk about it. With the channel, I don't want to stop doing live streams, but I might not do it on a regular schedule, and I don't know when I'm gonna make the shift. But I'm just putting it out there that I think it would be better channel wise and growth wise to, and I've talked about this more than once, to put a little more thought into some videos, even if I'm going to sit in front of the microphone and do the podcast with a face format without a lot of fancy editing and whatnot. I do have some editing flow because I'm doing a lot of editing for another client, and so I do have my workflow to do quick, dirty, easy edits, no fancy stuff for a client of mine, and I'm in that flow, and I can just zip through video edits for that client really fast when he gives me raw video to work from. And so I'm kind of in that mode to where I can do it for myself. And I think one of the things that holds the channel back is the length of some of the videos, because I got, me, I can start talking and I can just go on for 3 hours. No problem. And, people who've left comments over time, a lot, it's like Goldilocks, it's like the three bears. Your videos are too short. Your videos are too long. You swear too much. You don't swear enough. Sometimes it's just right. And at some point in the game, I don't really care, because at some point if you're trying to please everybody, there's going to be someone who hates you for doing that. So you can't please everybody. But statistically speaking, shorter videos tend to do better on YouTube. And a lot of my videos, I remember when I was doing the homeless thing, doing videos every day, I noticed that they went from like 10 minutes to 20 minutes to 40 minutes to an hour, and then 2 hours. And it just, and then when I just get into these modes. So I want to try to, the reason I'm doing the live stream now is because I'm still kind of flying loose with my notes and thoughts, and the live stream is just kind of fun to throw it out there and just, talk from the hip and not really, I have some things thought out for tonight, but I don't know what you guys are going to say in the chat. I don't know where it's going to go. I'm not afraid to, screw things up or whatever. Because it's live and it is what it is. It's just, we're here having fun, having a conversation, sitting around the campfire, drinking a couple beers. Well, I'm having coffee, so, but you know what we're talking about. So I kind of want to take the time to take notes, think out a topic, really kind of go deep with it, and then maybe like sit down to do what I'm doing right now, but without you guys. In fact, everything will run smoother if I'm just recording video without having to do it live. I won't have as many hiccups and technical glitches going on. But I'd like to just kind of record for a few hours, but break it up into like 10, anywhere from 10 to 20 minute long segments. And, just kind of time and pace use a word counter or whatever to kind of like take some notes and say, if this is what I'm going to talk about, how long generally will it take to go through that stuff? And 15, 20 minute long videos where, you know, we just go bang to the point, talk about some stuff, and just see where it goes. I mean, I don't know what YouTube's going to do in terms of letting me get out of YouTube jail. But it's been like September of 2024, so 25. So let's see, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June, July. That's 10 months plus the 12. That's 22 months straight. 22 months of doing videos on YouTube, and YouTube's got my account locked to where they won't even let me have one new subscriber. Not even one. Not even one subscriber in 22 months. Have you ever seen a channel on YouTube putting out video after video after video, live streaming every week, and see their subscriber count exactly locked down to where they can't even get one subscriber in 22 months? And then keep telling me that they're not censoring us, and that they're not blacklisting us, and that they're not, you know, shadow banning and all the things that they say they don't do. And I see the evidence of this, not just my channel. I'm managing another channel right now, and I've watched the shadow ban hit this guy. And he's not an asshole. I'm an asshole. I'm belligerent. I'm obnoxious. I swear all the time. I say all the things that I'm not supposed to say. This guy's not. He's the opposite of that. And YouTube's got him on lock. And they're smashing his account all to hell. And not letting him grow. And, you know, and there's, like I said, there's things I can do that I'm not doing. I'm not going to put all the blame on them. But it kind of makes me wonder, like, am I in a situation where no matter what I do, they're just going to never, you know, they're never going to let me out of YouTube jail? Are they shadow banning the guy whose account I'm managing because my account is now linked to his? Like, I don't even know. I don't even know. But I'm not, you know, I'm just going to try to change some things around. And I've been saying this for a while, and I really don't know when it's going to happen, because time is the biggest factor in my life right now, that everything is just piled up, and time is the biggest thing I'm fighting against right now. Tuesday, Wednesday are kind of like my weekend. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, I'm busting my ass. Monday, I work this, you know, hustle at the bakery. I come home completely destroyed from it physically. Like, my legs were on fire. Sometimes I gotta, you know, take a hot bath or use my percussion massager on my legs just to get my calves to stop burning. And yeah, I'm just too old for that kind of shit. And so I got to find another way. I got to find better ways to make a living. And so I've got, you know, we've got that to talk about tonight. And I am going to dig into last week's topic, the topic that I've been going off about for a few weeks about. Don't worry about things, because the more you worry about stuff that's not real, that your mind is making up stories about, for, you know, giving yourself a reason to be worried all the time, does nothing productive for you. And I've got some more examples of that, things that happened in the last week, and just memories that got triggered about that subject. So we'll dig deeper into that later on. And but speaking of digging, you might be wondering what the title of today's video is all about. And you know me, I'm looking for my golden ticket, because I see all these useless people out there, completely useless fucking people out there, making millions of dollars to be a bunch of useless pieces of shit. And it's getting under my skin. You know, we've talked about this. You know, you got that angry cat, grumpy cat, whatever the fuck. This cat, a fucking cat, became a multi-millionaire for having a bunch of angry cat pictures on Facebook. This fucking cat's living in a mansion eating filet mignon, while people that, you know, work at Walmart are eating cat food because they can't afford groceries. But a fucking cat gets to be a millionaire just for being a grumpy cat. And I'm like, you know, if a fucking cat can be a multimillionaire, there, what the fuck? There's a girl who sold farts in a fucking jar, made tons of money. And I'm going to share my screen here. We got to dig into this. Give me a second. Here's the plugs. We're just going to, you know, go to links. Well, hold on. It's almost pinned here in the chat. Pin that message. All right. The message is pinned in the chat. Links.litgood.com. If you go there, that takes you to everything I'm up to. I haven't been digging too deep. I'm on X right now, but we're going to talk about this later on. But I'm just too pissed off about the state of the world to really get into X right now, because the only thing I can do is tell people off and tell them they're a bunch of retarded assholes. And that's really not good. I'm not like crossing that line where I'm going to go to federal prison for a Twitter post, but I don't have anything nice to say to anybody on that platform anymore. And part of the reason is people like this. I don't know if you knew, but there's another whore that got famous for bouncing her tits and her ass for a few seconds in a video. And I don't even want to promote this fucking bitch, but I'm sure you've all seen it by now. You go to Google, type in red bikini girl. So here's the video. We're just going to play it. It's like 5 seconds. Here she is. Oh, someone sprayed her with water. Oh, look at my titties. I bounced my titties. And I make the cute little face, and I'm looking at you. Oh, I'm bouncing my ass. Oh, I'm bouncing my ass. Oh, look, I'm wearing a thong. This fucking cunt's got millions of followers now. She's famous. She's world famous. She's got millions of followers. She's probably making $1 million in the next month or two for a 10-second video of her bouncing her tits and shaking her ass. And once again, I ask the public, why the fuck am I working? Why am I working? I'm busting my ass trying to do good things and be a productive member of society, and I can't even pay my fucking bills. But if I had a couple of tits and an ass, all I'd have to do is shake my titties and my ass for 10 seconds, and I'd have $5 million rolling into the fucking bank within a month or two. I'd be able to buy 6 houses and 10 fucking cars. And I'm fucking tired of all these useless people getting paid for nothing, while the rest of us have to fucking go to work to struggle, and we can't even pay our fucking bills. Like, I can't even buy groceries anymore. Like, what the fuck? I mean, I'm just telling you, man, I've been saying this all along. If I had tits and a vagina, I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be rich. I'd be sitting on a fucking beach. It would probably be a beach in Texas since I'm on federal probation, but I'd be sitting at a beach. I'd have a mansion and a fucking Ferrari and probably a really nice Jeep, and I'd probably have another house somewhere. And if I could sell a couple of tits and a vagina and make 60 grand a month on OnlyFans, I would have already done it. But unfortunately, cock doesn't have the same market value as vagina and tits have. You know, having tits and a vagina is kind of like having gold. It's like having gold embedded in your body. You know, it's the analogy I can make is, I'm sure you've all seen that show on Discovery Channel where all those fucking retards go up to Alaska and they drag $150 million worth of mining equipment and fucking bulldozers and big giant fucking gold digging things and cranes and every other fucking thing you can imagine up to the fucking wilderness, so that they can spend all summer tearing down a whole fucking mountain. And at the end of the season, they have like half of a mason jar filled with the gold that they found. They completely destroy the environment. They completely tear down a whole mountain, a speck of land the size of fucking Montana, completely dug up and destroyed, and every fucking tree and plant and everything completely fucking gone, so they can get a little time, like half a mason jar full of gold that they found that season before the winter comes in. And you know, they're basically up there digging around for tits and vagina. I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, it's the same thing. You only need a whole summer of digging for tits and vagina to have enough gold to buy yourself a fucking house and a Ferrari at the end of the season. But when you're trying to sell cock on the internet, that's a little bit different. That's like being the guy driving around town on garbage night in a rusty old pickup truck collecting scrap metal on the side of the road, you know, to take it to take it in for 50 cents a pound. It's like having to break into abandoned houses at 2 a.m. to try and steal all the copper pipes before the fucking cops show up in the middle of the night and get them down to the scrapyard without getting caught. Or being a guy who's looking for cars parked out of the way in the middle of nowhere so you can get underneath that shit with a fucking sawzall and cut off the catalytic converter to go cash that in. That's what trying to sell cock is like. It's a lot of fucking work, and at the end of the week you're going to make like $50. But if you're whoring out some tits and a vagina, you work for 2 months and you can buy yourself a house and a fucking Ferrari from it. Cock just doesn't have the market value that vagina has these days. And so, I mean, yeah, I could sell cock. I could start right now, but I'd be working a lot harder trying to sell pictures of cock and naked man ass all day. Even if I was selling to the gays, I'd still be working my ass off 50 to 100 hours a week for what, $20 a month, while some fucking whore shakes her ass and her titties on Instagram for 10 seconds, and she's got 20 million fucking followers now. And she's gonna be a rich Instagram whore because she shook her fucking titties for 10 seconds. And I'm fucking tired of it, man. And so that's I gotta find my golden ticket. If it's not gonna come from selling pictures of cock, I don't know, I gotta find something. Because I'm just done. I'm done with this whole trying to fucking work bullshit. It's not working. It's not working. That's why I'm on YouTube right now, because when I find my golden ticket, I'm going to share it with all of you. And hopefully some of you can get in on the fucking money train before that shit pulls out of the station. I don't know. And and I only have like 20 people watching me on YouTube right now. So, you know, when I figure it out, the club who knows the secret is going to be very small. It's not like 100,000 people are going to be watching me and all of a sudden figure out the key to the fucking getting my golden ticket. That's why, you know, I'm fine sharing it with everybody, because it's like 10 people. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But right now, I really don't know. I've got, you know, we'll talk about this some more as the night goes on, because it does kind of relate to the other topic. But yeah, I saw this dumb bitch shaking her tits. Got like one hawk tua. And that fucking chick is, I don't know if she's set for life, because she made a big windfall of cash, but then she got stupid with it, and her 15 minutes of fame, I think she's used up at least 14 of the 15 minutes by now. So the Hawk Tua girl might have to go back to Hawking and Hawk Tua in for some money. I think she's on OnlyFans now. I think that's what, yeah, 14 out of the 15 minutes are gone, so she signed up for an OnlyFans account to cash in on that last minute before it's over. So now she's going to have to hawk Tua to get some fucking money, because, you know, talking about it only took her so far. And I'll be right back. I got to change the battery in this fan here, but I can still keep talking to y'all. Let's see. It's like 104 outside. It's been 97 to 104. I don't even know. I'm not riding my bike lately, and it's not because of the heat. It's It's out of being lazy and working too much. Work, like doing actual work and productive things when I should. I wish God had just given me tits and a pussy so I could go out and make 60 grand a month putting pictures of it on the internet. Um, but no, he gave me a cock, and which means I got to fucking work. So I don't get a free ride. So maybe if we get to come back, like if reincarnation is a real thing, I definitely want to come back as an OnlyFans whore so I don't have to fucking work. That's for sure. Let's see. So speaking of cycling, yeah, I haven't. But it's not the heat, but the heat, I have to blow a fan on my MacBook while I'm doing this live stream because it's so hot in my house. You can see, like, I don't have any, like, I don't have a makeup team. So you're seeing I have to go on TV with a shiny head and face because I don't have someone to powder me for the lights, and like a professional setup would have. And it's hot in here. My AC, when it's 97 to 104 degrees outside, the biggest problem, I don't care about the heat outside. The heat doesn't bother me, but what bothers me is when I'm sitting at my computer doing work, like at a desk or working. Then I want to be at a comfortable temperature. And it's hard to concentrate when it's not. And with my air conditioner set to 61 degrees, running full blast 24 hours, 7 days a week, when it's 97 to 104 outside, it's like 87 in here. I can't get it like 85. It's probably 86 degrees in this room right now. But the sun is going down behind the trees. And what happens is sometime after midnight, between midnight and 4 a.m., it gets down to about 60 degrees in my house, and it's cold. And then I wake up and I got to sit in front of my computer with a sweater on because it's too cold to sit at the desk. But I don't dare turn the damn AC off because then within 15 minutes to a half hour, it'll be 80 degrees in here. At least the AC fighting against everything, it takes time for that heat. So between the hours of like 2 p.m. and like 8 p.m., 9 p.m., it's pretty uncomfortable in here. And I'm kind of in this, like, do I get an AC to put in another window and have get a real powerful window AC unit with a bunch of fucking BTUs and just blast that shit in here and let the electric bill be whatever it is? Or do I just live with it until the season's over? Because once the winter comes, I don't have any place to put the AC unit. I don't have any place to store it. I don't know what I would do with it. I'd probably have to get some sort of Rubbermaid box or storage box or something and store it outside under the house or something goofy like that. I don't know. And I don't know, we're almost into August, but I know that it can be hot like this until sometime towards the end of October. Yeah, but okay, if you're 50, you probably have enough credits to collect Social Security when you retire. You ever check that? Whatever date that I'm allowed to collect Social Security, isn't it like 65 or some shit? Like, I'm not waiting. Like, some people are like, oh, if you wait until you're 70, fuck. I don't know who's going to live to be 70. I don't even know if the United States is going to be here next year, let alone me. I mean, look at what the fuck's going on right now. We've got Dr. Fauci, genocidal maniac, going to a fucking congressional hearing today, pleading the fifth, even though he's got a full pardon and he has nothing to lose by, telling everybody he's a fucking crook, and he's still pleading the fifth. We have a dead guy as a senator. Mitch McConnell. Nobody knows where the fuck he is. They send out a couple of AI generated pictures over the last 2 months trying to pretend he's not dead. And even Donald Trump has nothing to say about that. All these fucking MAGA retards on X talking about where's Mitch McConnell. I'm like, well, I don't know. Donald Trump does nothing but sit on his fucking fake Twitter account tweeting bullshit all day. And he hasn't said one word about a fucking dead guy who's still a United States senator. Like, why can't we put somebody who's alive in the Senate for Kentucky? We're just got how long does a dead guy get to keep his fucking seat in the Senate? And aside from that, the billionaires are still raping the kids. The fraudsters are still out there committing the fraud. We're still fighting a bullshit war that didn't Donald Trump win the war with Iran like 25 fucking times already? Yet we're still fighting the fucking war. Trump damaged my IRA today, 1,100 point drop. Well, I mean, if you got money in the stock market, you like, what's the difference between putting money in the fucking NASDAQ or going to Vegas and putting it on the craps table? It's the same fucking thing. I would never fucking invest money in the stock market. If I had $1 billion, I might put like $100 in the stock market and see what I can do with it. But that's I would need $1 billion before I'd put $100 in the stock market. I don't like to gamble. I went to Vegas once against my will, but I'm kind of like, I've got this thing where there's a lot of places I don't want to go to Vegas. There's a lot of places in this world that I really don't want to go. But at the same time, I wouldn't turn down a free trip to go somewhere. I mean, China. I could give a fuck about. I really don't give a shit about going to China, India, North Korea, any of these places. But if somebody was like, "Hey, we'll get you can go for free," I'm like, "Oh, fuck it, may as well. Let's see what's up." And see if I can take some good pictures, or fuck. I mean, in North Korea, I'd probably go to a prison labor camp for taking the wrong picture. But who knows? Maybe I could be friends with Kim Jong-un like Dennis Rodman. Maybe we could bond. I don't know. Who fucking knows? But I would travel. There's a lot of places I don't want to go. And Vegas was one of them. Vegas, but I had a chance to go, and I kind of had to pay for it, but not the whole. I was like, we'll go to Vegas on the condition that we go do things like the Grand Canyon, and we do some other stuff so that I, enjoy it. But I went to Vegas and I didn't gamble. I didn't want to gamble the whole fucking time, because you as soon as you get off the plane in Las Vegas, there's slot machines right there. You go to the bathroom, there's slot machines in the fucking bathroom. You can't get away from gambling in Vegas. It's everywhere you fucking turn. Every time you turn your head, there's something to stick your money in and gamble it. And I don't want to gamble. So I don't invest in the stock market either. But the one time, like I was being nagged about, why won't you gamble? Why won't you gamble? And I'm like, fuck. And I'm like, fine. I went over and I put like $5 in a slot machine. I think it was like some goofy ass slot machine. I fucking hit the button and I won like $100 right off the bat. Boom. And I cashed that shit out, and we went to a buffet, and we went and did something else. We went to one of those big giant Las Vegas buffets where there's 150 fucking things on it. Like, it takes like 6 hours to eat everything on the buffet. It was ridiculous, but we did a couple of other things. One time, because I didn't want to gamble, I finally got suckered into it because of peer pressure or whatever. I'm like, fine, here's $5. Boom, won $100. But I don't want to gamble. So I don't play the stock market. I don't have a 401k. See, back when I was young, my grandfather, and this is just these fucking boomers, talking about how I got into an argument with a bunch of asshole boomers on X this week because they were all talking about how if these kids didn't buy Starbucks coffee, they'd be able to afford a house. And I'm like, oh, don't even fucking start, you fucking piece of shit boomer who bought your fucking house for $6,000 and a case of Miller Lite. Fuck you. Because these fucking kids only make, like, the average income only went up by like 10 grand a year, but the price of the house went up 400,000 in that same amount of time. Oh, and it's because they bought a fucking coffee at Starbucks that they can't afford a house. Fuck you. So we got into some beef over that. And these fucking boomers that bought their house for $5,000 and a case of beer, they also had this thing called a fucking pension, right? That's where you bust your ass and you work for a company until you're too old to do the fucking job. And instead of kicking you to the curb because you're old, they reward you for that 25 to 30 years that you put in of your fucking life by continuing to pay you for the rest of your life because of investments that they made in the stock market and whatnot. But you didn't have to fucking pay for that shit. You just had to bust your ass, work for this company, not get fired for 25, 30 years, whatever it was. And then you walk out the door and you collect a check for the rest of your life. That's what my grandparents did. That's what, you know. But now, not only do you got to fucking come up with the 400 large to buy a fucking house when you make 20 grand a year, but, you know, it's all because you bought a fucking coffee at Starbucks that you can't afford a house. You also have to pay for your own fucking retirement by putting your own fucking money in the stock market and gambling away your own fucking money in the stock market so that maybe, if you invest $100 a month into your 401k, by the time you're 60, you'll have $100,000. Yeah, and that shit will buy you by the time you're fucking 60, you'll have you'll have like, oh, you'll be able to last 3 fucking months off of your retirement account. Like, fuck off, fucking boomers. So, yeah, no, I'm not doing the stock market. I'm either going to figure out how to get rich or I'm going to be broke and fucking homeless and eating cat food when I'm fucking 75 and nobody will give me a job. But I could be 80 fucking years old and run for office and be elected to the Senate. I could be president. The last 2 fucking presidents are a bunch of geriatric 80-year-old pieces of shit that can't even fucking, that shit in diapers. I mean, I could be a fucking dead guy and be a United States senator 2 months after I die. I could still be a United States senator. So, I mean, seriously, but I can't get a job in tech because I'm 50 years old. I'm a white guy. I'm 50 years old. I have a criminal record and I'm not from India and I'm not an AI bot. So there goes my tech career. I gotta find something else to do. And so we'll see what happens. But I was talking about, it's hot. And that's why I got this fan blowing on my computer right now, because it's like 80 something degrees in here and I have to run so many simultaneous apps. And this MacBook is the last Intel chip MacBook that Apple made. And it runs really hot to begin with. Those Intel chips run really hot. And I'm running Obsidian, Keynote, OBS, Firefox with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tabs open, 1, 2, and some other apps all simultaneously. And for whatever reason, this MacBook just like heats up like crazy and it gets choppy, slow. And so I have this fan blowing on it because it's 85 degrees in this room already. And when it cools off in the fall, when, October, November, December, whatever, I don't really need to worry about it that much. And plus this MacBook is old and I probably should take it apart and just blow air through it and clean out some dust. That'll help a little bit. But at some point I'm just going to need to upgrade the Mac, and I'm going to say within the next year, I'm going to have to do something. And, to be able to, because the software won't. I won't be able to run. I can't really run any of the new operating system anymore. The newest OS. I'm stuck at the OS. The new OS will run on my MacBook, but I've been told that if I install it, I'll hate my life because it'll run super slow. If I had an M1 chip, it would be an upgrade. But I'll probably end up getting a new Mac when it's like the M6, when the M6 chip comes out or whatever, and then they'll probably change some important shit right after I buy it, so my computer will be obsolete 2 weeks after it's new. Kind of like this one was, but whatever. That's the nature of the beast when you get into tech. But MacBooks do have longevity, and the fact that I'm still using this MacBook to this day speaks to the quality of a MacBook Pro. I mean, I usually get 10 plus years out of a MacBook. Can't do that on a Windows machine. I've never had a Windows machine give me a useful life past like 2-3 years. Macs, fuck. Every Mac I've ever owned has had a useful life of 10 plus years, going all the way back. I still have a 2012 MacBook Pro in my desk drawer here that is useful. I don't use it because I don't really have a use for it, but like if I got in my vehicle and started traveling around the country as a photographer and like wanted to be able to do stuff while I'm out on the road, I would take that because I'm not as afraid of that computer getting trashed in some sort of travel accident. And it can do what I need it to do. I could do photo editing. There's a lot of stuff I could do on that Mac. Even though it's 15 years old. But you're not going to take a 15-year-old's Windows machine and do anything useful with it. I can tell you that. Be lucky if the thing fucking turns on. But it is hot here, and I got to keep this fan blowing on the Mac. So, I mean, I've been listening to the live streams. I sample them here and there throughout the week just to see if the audio quality is okay and, video quality and such. And it's good enough. So we're talking about, oh my goodness. I have a hard time scrolling. Okay. Trump damaged my IRA. We talked about that. Moonshine Fuel said, if you don't have an account with Social Security Administration, you should probably do that. There's a lot of information there, Adam. Well, yeah, I mean, we all have an account with the Social Security Administration. It's your account number is your Social Security number. Only thing about drawing at 62 is you can only make about 24 grand a year. Well, I mean, I make a little bit more than that now, but fine. Like, we'll see how much they want to give me for Social Security, and then 24 large on top of that. I don't know. And, oh yeah, and of course, JS, and you get taxed on Social Security. You pay tax so that you can collect Social Security, so that you can pay tax on the fucking Social Security that you collect. The whole thing's a fucking Ponzi scheme. And by the time I'm ready to collect that shit, they'll be broke. They'll have given all the Social Security money to Israel, Ukraine, Mexico, illegal immigrants, and Somali fucking daycare centers. There won't be anything left in there for me when I'm 60 fucking 2 or 62. You can get it. Fuck, dude. I'll collect it the second I can. But if I'm making more than 24 grand a year and I can't, I'll do, we'll see. We'll see what happens. If you are at the poverty level, you won't get taxed. I think if you are at the 25% rate, you get taxed. Oh, I already know I have enough. Adam should create an account to see how many credits I've done enough. I've worked enough in my life. I don't think I need to work anymore to be able to collect it. I mean, I don't know the exact numbers, but yeah, setting up an account on a government website is exactly what I want to fucking do this week. Like, Jesus Christ, the government website that I got to log into just to do my stupid ass probation report every month is a fucking toxic hellhole that I gotta cross my fingers and pray to God that I can at least log into the piece of shit just to be able to fill out the thing. I get all before I even log into that piece of fucking trash. I make sure that everything I have to enter into it is already in a note file so that all I have to do is copy paste and click check boxes and yes no questions. Like, did you do crimes this month? Yes or no? No. Did you do drugs this month? Yes or no? No. Did you shoot anybody? Yes or no? No. Did you have a gun this month? Yes or no? No. Like, it's like 100 fucking questions of like that. And then you got to put in like how much money did you make and how many hours did you work and what did you spend money on? How much for groceries? How much for rent? How much for utilities? How much for your car payment? How much for your insurance? Like, it's just a whole bunch of fucking shit you got to fill out. And then you got to upload copies of all your paycheck stubs and everything else. It's a fucking nightmare. It takes me a couple of hours to put it all together. But because I do it systematically, it takes me like 5 to 10 minutes. Once I log into the website, it takes me like 5 to 10 minutes to jam it all out. But it's like copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, upload, 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 upload. Yes, 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 no, 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 yes, no, no, yes, yes, no. And then just submit and hope the fucking thing goes through. And I gotta do that. Let's see. It is July, so August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April. I gotta do that shit 9 more fucking times. 9 more times I gotta log into that piece of shit website. So maybe after I log into that piece of shit website 9 more fucking times and go through that fucking shit, then I'll be in the mood maybe a couple of months of not logging into some government bullshit website. Then maybe I'll have the patience to log into the Social Security shit show of a website and see what the fuck I gotta do to log into that piece of trash. So yeah, I'm not doing it right now, I can tell you that. One government website a month is enough for me. Fuck this fucking government. Yeah, because, you know, we pay half of our fucking income so that the government can build high quality websites that have a good user experience for us and then tell us that we're required to log into them. So yeah, I one website enough from those fucking cocksuckers is enough for me. That's enough. I'm not logging into 2 or even trying to fucking do that. Moonshine says, I'm not too far from Vegas. I've been there, not interested. Yeah, I'm not. You know what's nice about Vegas? Red Rock Canyon. 15-minute drive outside of Vegas. You go behind a fucking mountain and you don't even know Vegas is there anymore. You're out in the fucking wilderness surrounded by beautiful desert and mountains. Just bring enough water to drink and be prepared for the angry bighorn sheep. If you come up across them, they do not like people showing up on their turf. Other than that, it's a fun place to go. Look at that fun. No more buffets. Hey, Carlos, what's up? Let's have a celebration stream when you get off probation. I'm going to have a celebrate. I'm going to take a fucking bong hit from a 6-foot long fucking gravity bong and fucking celebrate like crazy. Can't do that until April 3rd, 2027 at the very bare minimum. I got to at least have some sort of fucking piece of paper in my hand in my mailbox that says we're done and I'll never hear from them again. Unless they find some other reason to come to my house and fucking arrest me because of something I said on YouTube or a Twitter post or what, who knows what. I mean, we all the thing about the federal government is the United States Code is, fuck, man, I'm going to be accurate, so I'm going to have to, I'm going to go to Grok, because I don't have the, I don't want to, I want to be accurate about these numbers. How many pages is the full state's code? Because I think I know the number, but I want to be sure I know the number. Just the federal government. Just the law. Okay, I was right. The federal government, the United States Code, that's just the United States. That's not the state you live in. That's not the county you live in, or the city, or the local municipality and all the laws. Just the United States Code is 60,000 pages of text. How tall now, if you were to print out 60,000 pages of paper from your printer, from your inkjet printer, it would be 20 feet tall. So you would have, okay, so my, I think my ceilings here are 15 feet, maybe. The entire United States Code would be taller than the fucking building I'm in right now. 20 feet tall, and that's just the United States Code. Now, when these senators and these Congress people and that fucking dead guy that's still a senator and the fucking piece of shit geriatric president who poops his pants, when they sign these laws into existence, then the government alphabet agency that enforces the law comes up with their own rules and regulations around the law to interpret the law. So I'm asking AI right now while we talk, because I'm getting to a point here, but I just want to know the numbers. So it was 60,000 pages of laws that's 20 feet tall. And I think I know the answer to this one too, but I just want to double check. That's right, it's 190,000 pages. So 190,000 pages of interpretation of the law, plus the 60,000 pages of the laws itself. That's 250,000 pages of laws and rules for you to follow. Now, we all know that the fucking Congress people and the senators don't even read the shit that they put into law. Nancy Pelosi, when she passed Obamacare, what did she say? She got her drunk ass up in front of the microphone and she's like, we don't even, we got to pass the law so we can see what's in it. It's like, bitch, you're supposed to see what's in it before you fucking vote for it. But you're telling us we got to pass this law so then we'll get to see what's in it. That's not how the shit's supposed to work, you fucking cunt. So how many feet tall is 250,000 pieces of paper? Because believe me, I'm getting to a point here. 83 feet tall. Okay, so how many stories? So 83 feet tall is the height of a... I just don't want to say the number before it tells me, because I know what it is, but I'm just... 8-story. It's about a 10-story building. The height of a 10-story building is what you have to read and comprehend before you know what the laws are that you're supposed to obey. So once again, the politicians who pass the laws, they don't fucking know what's in the law. The president that shits his pants, 80-year-old geriatric dickhead, whether it's Biden or Trump or any other, any of these pieces of shit, they don't know what the fuck's in it. The cop that arrests you doesn't know what the law is. The prosecutor that prosecutes you don't know what the fucking law is. The defense attorney that's supposed to defend you in court doesn't know what the fucking law is. And the judge that's supposed to preside over your trial doesn't even know what the fucking law is. And what do they tell you if you didn't know you were breaking the law? What's the thing that they're going to tell you? Ignorance of the law is no excuse for breaking the law. So you are required as a United States citizen to memorize a stack of fucking paper that's the height of a 10-story building, 250,000 fucking pages, so that you know whether you're breaking the law or not. And the reason why they've made it so complicated and the reason why they've done this to us is because now they've made every single one of you a fucking felon. Every single one of you watching this video right now, they've done studies on this. Every single one of you commit at least 5 felonies every day of your life. And once again, you could be the most upstanding, friendly, polite, law-abiding citizen who stands for righteousness and justice and helps your neighbor and, you know, it works in your community and, you know, you're a good person. You commit 5 fucking felonies every day of your life and you don't know it. But when they come at you and arrest you and throw you in fucking jail for it, they're going to tell you ignorance of the law is no excuse. They've made it so that every single person in this country is committing 5 felonies a day, unbeknownst to them. So now they can just selectively pick and choose who they want to go after. Because every single one of you are fucking guilty of something. So when they want to bring you down, when they want to make an example out of you, when you got too big for your britches, you said the wrong thing, whatever it is, they can just show up at your house, take you away in handcuffs, and there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it because they're taking you to a kangaroo court where you're already guilty unless you can prove that you're innocent, and the only way that you can prove that you're innocent is if you're rich. So you're fucked. And the number one problem that they've had up until now is that, A, they need to collect all the information about you that they can get. And, you know, they've been working on that since the mid-1990s. Project Echelon was their first go at it of creating a centralized database that contains everything about you. Then you had the Pentagon's LifeLog project, which was canceled on the same day that Facebook was created because they found out that, oh, you mean these dumb motherfuckers will just give us their information freely? Oh, we're going to make this fucking game called Pokemon Go and we can get all these fucking people running around their house with their cameras turned on and give us all a map of the inside of everybody's home? Because they're trying to take a fucking Pikachu. Don't you get it? Like, they're fucking shoving it in your fucking face and making a big joke about it. Yeah. Yeah, you dumb kids, go running around your house with your camera turned on, taking a picture of everything in your fucking house so that we can take a Pikachu. You dumb motherfuckers. So anyway, they're collecting all this information about you, and they have every single thing you've ever said or done since 1995. If you were born after 1995, they literally have every single day of your life cataloged in a database. Every single fucking email, text, phone call, every titty picture you ever sent somebody, every dirty thing that you've ever said, every fucking login, everything that you've ever had, everything you've ever spent money on, every dollar you've ever had in a bank account. Every single thing you have ever fucking done is in a database. But what's the problem with that? They've collected so much shit about everybody that nobody can actually make sense of it. When I had my discovery handed to me for my court case with the federal government, they handed my lawyer a PDF document that was 600,000 pages long. So we just talked about the whole entire... Think about that. Think about the number I just gave you. The entire fucking law for the federal government and all the interpretation of those laws that they use for enforcement is 250,000 pages long. They gave my lawyer a PDF document that was 650,000 pages long of all the shit they had about me. Every text message, phone call, every fucking password, everything I've ever done, everything I've ever said, you name it, it's in there. 650,000 pages. 650,000 pages. How tall is a stack of paper? 650,000 pages tall. That's going to be like, that's, okay, 217 feet. All right, so they handed a document to my lawyer of everything they had about me. And that's the height of a 22-story building. 22, let's say 25-story. A 25-story office building, you would have to read everything from floor 25, page 1, all the way down to the ground floor, page 650,000, to see everything that was in that file. Can you imagine scrolling through that document when my lawyer gave it to me? It had to be on its own fucking hard drive, connected to the fucking laptop that they gave me for my discovery, so that I could sit in a jail cell and poke through this fucking PDF file looking for shit to help my lawyer with my case. Because you're allowed to go through your own discovery documents and stuff while you sit and rot in jail. Every time I click once on the scroll wheel for the mouse, it was something like, you're skipping like 20,000 pages every time the wheel goes click. Like, just imagine sifting through 650,000 pages of shit. But the problem is, it's just as hard for me to go through 650,000 pages of my own shit that I'm somewhat familiar with. Think about what it's like for the prosecutor to go through 650,000 pages of shit when they're juggling 15 fucking cases this month. You know what I'm saying? So, but now, as I've just demonstrated, we have AI. And I can ask AI a question. I can take that 650,000 page PDF document, feed it into an AI bot, ask it, what crimes did this guy do? Boom. 5 seconds later, it's going to come back with every single fucking crime you ever did that's documented and all the shit that they have about you. And that's what they're going to do. They're going to start doing that to you and you and you and you and you and you in the back. You fucking boomer who bought your house for $6,000 and a case of beer, you think you're safe? No, they got you too. Every single thing you've ever fucking done, said, anything, they've got it all. They have every single fucking thing. And now they got these flock cameras all over town. Every time you go somewhere, you go to Home Depot and you come home, they know when you left, they know when you came back, they know how many people were in your car, they got the facial recognition, they saw you in the store. Walmart, you go into Walmart, you leave your phone at home, you leave all your tracking shit at home, you can ride a bicycle to Walmart, buy something with cash, come home, and there's an email sitting in your fucking email box saying, what would you rate the thing that you just bought with cash while you rode to Walmart on your bicycle? Because we used facial recognition to figure out who you were, and then we watched you pay with cash, and we saw the thing that you picked up off the shelf, and our computer system, documented all of that, and we know that you just bought this fucking thing and took it home. What would you rate it? People are getting these emails when they buy shit from Walmart with cash. You don't think Kim Jong-un or Pol Pot or Chairman Mao or Adolf Hitler or Benito Mussolini or some other two-bit dictator would love to get their hands on that AI bot and dig into every single fucking person's shit that they already have in a database about you. What do you think these fucking data centers are for? They're building these big giant fucking data centers in every town in America. They're not doing it so you can make funny pictures on Grok and ask it questions and have it write your fucking code for you and write all your fucking blog posts for you and your fucking LinkedIn posts and do your resume. No, they're doing it so that they can monitor you and track everything that you do, which they've been doing it since the mid 1990s, but now they have a fucking bot and they can just create a dossier on every single person in this country and every single one of the 5 felonies that you commit every day. And they could just make a roundup list. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go after these people. They're watching you in your backyard. They're watching you in your house. They're flying drones over you. They're fucking doing it all. And that's where we're at. And, call me a conspiracy theorist. People have been calling me that since 1996. You think I give a fuck about being called a conspiracy theorist? And then you watch all the shit that I tell you come true. And then, some of you wake up. So I don't give a fuck who wakes up anymore. I don't. I would not give a shit if I saw everybody being dragged off to the camps. I don't care anymore. It's not my job to wake anybody up. I did my part. I went to fucking prison for speaking out. So, you know what I mean? Like, I'm done. I don't give a fuck. You can all, not you guys, all you people that show up to the live stream and hang out on this channel. I think you're exceptions to the rule. But, I'm talking about the fucking riffraff out there. I'm talking about the people that helped the red bikini girl become famous on Instagram because she shook her titties and shook her ass for 10 minutes, and now she's going to get a house and a Ferrari for it because she's got 20 million fucking followers now. It's like, I've been posting videos like this for the last fucking 22 months, and I can't even get one subscriber. But if I had a red bikini, a couple of titties, and an ass to shake for 10 seconds, I'd have 20 million fucking subscribers. Like, tell me that this shit is not flawed. And even the red bikini girl, she's going to cheat on her taxes or some shit. And she's going to be on the fucking list. They're going to throw her in the camp when they feel like it. Every single fucking one of you are on the list. They got you. They got you dead to rights on every fucking law you've ever broken in your life. And every single one of you commit 5 felonies a day. That's a fact. And just because you don't know what they are is no excuse for breaking the law. That's exactly what the judge is going to say when he bangs the fucking gavel and sends you to up the river for 10 years. So, good luck. Good fucking luck. If they can put me in prison for 2 fucking years for a mean tweet, don't think that they can't do it to you. Don't think that they can't come after you whatever fucking day they feel like coming to get you. They're coming. And you'll find out. You'll find out. I see all these people on X. Anytime somebody gets arrested now for a crime, they're automatically guilty. The news media, all the pundits, all the paid operatives and the propagandists on platforms like X or Blue Sky. Not you, Blue Sky, the viewer, but the Blue Sky, the fucking social media platform for the douchebag liberals. Facebook, Hipstergram, YouTube, whatever. It's like, you can't get a fair trial. Like Cat Turd, I hate that motherfucker. And they were all like Cat Turd, Sassafras 84, Gunther Eagleman, Laura Loomer, and like 10 other fucking accounts every goddamn day. I swear to God, that's all the X ever shows me is these 10 accounts over and over. But those 10 accounts, those operatives, I should do a study about it in detail with like screenshots and timestamps. They all post the same shit at the same time 100 times a day. And so, like, it'll be like, I don't know what the guy's last name, Tyler, whatever the fuck, that may or may not have shot Charlie Kirk, right? They'll get on him for a day. It'll be 20 fucking posts about how kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, he's guilty, kill him, he's guilty, kill him, he's guilty. Like, he hasn't even had a fucking trial yet. And honestly, I mean, if at this point in the fucking game, if that kid is innocent, he has a better chance of survival if he's guilty as hell. If he actually shot and killed Charlie Kirk, he has a better chance of surviving this and coming out of it alive than if he's innocent. Because if he's innocent, they're going to put a bullet in his head before he ever goes to trial. Because dead men don't have no tales to tell. If there's a piece of evidence that the government has, or if there's some sort of like piece of evidence that's 100% exonerates this kid, that kid's dead before he even goes to trial. Because that's what they do to the patsy. But you can't get, I could never get a fair trial because the moment they arrested me, the next day, I was like the most famous person in America. Fox News, CNN, NBC, ABC, CBS, Washington Post, Washington Times, New York Post, New York Times, every single fucking newspaper, TV show, and radio station in the country was blasting my name for a whole fucking week about what a piece of trash I was. How the fuck am I supposed to get a jury of my peers that's fair and impartial to listen to my case when all of America automatically says I'm guilty? How? I'm just winging it because I don't even know. I'm sure I could look this up while we talk. But there was a guy in Texas. I just read the story within the last day or two. He was a roofer. He, just working class, blue collar guy. Got accused of multiple homicides. I think it was homicides. Arrested. And even though he had an ironclad alibi and they had pretty much no evidence to convict him, he got convicted of murder and sentenced to like 30 years. And he ended up pleading guilty to all the other murders because they told him, if you don't plead guilty, you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison. But if you plead guilty, you might get to go home someday. So then he basically sat in prison for almost 30 fucking years. His wife left him. 30 years in prison, your life is over. It's ruined. And then DNA evidence came out, proved that the guy was innocent the whole time. He did that whole fucking bid. Totally came out. He was innocent, exonerated. They actually caught the guy that did the crimes because of DNA evidence. They released him from prison, gave him $6 million in compensation for the 30 years of his life that he lost. And then his ex-wife took him to court wanting half. After the bitch dumped him. But he will spend the rest of it, even though he's got $6 million, he's got money to live off of now. However much longer he's got, it's like, he's always going to be guilty in the minds of everybody he ever comes across for the rest of his life. He's always going to be guilty, even though he's not. And even though it was proven that he's not. Why? Because people are conditioned to believe that once those handcuffs go on your wrist, you're guilty. And that's that. And the way I've watched juries, I've watched this shit. I don't have, I'm not I'm not a lawyer. I haven't been in the courtroom hundreds of times, but I have been called into jury duty before. And I've witnessed the same shit every single fucking time. I kind of feel bad that I did this, but because I didn't want to go to jury duty. So they send you this questionnaire. And the number one thing that before you go to jury duty, they send you this thing to fill out, asking you a bunch of questions. And all they're trying to find out is whether you're biased. So the two questions that are the most important are you less likely to believe the testimony of a police officer because they are a police officer and work in law enforcement? And then they ask you the question again, but they word it differently. And they say, are you more likely to believe the testimony of a police officer because that person is a police officer, works in law enforcement, blah, 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 etc. And so if you want to go home from jury duty, the only thing you have to do is say, I don't believe the cops because they're a bunch of fucking liars. And you don't have to swear. You don't have to say it the way I just did. All you got to do is check the box on the form. And in my case, it did have a place where you could explain your answer. And I did say, because cops are nothing but a bunch of liars and thieves. And so it pretty much sealed the deal. I'm going home today. Okay? And that's what happens. So the way that it works, you go to jury duty. They got this fucking bingo machine, you know, just like B25, 069, whatever. They got this thing and they reach in, they pull out a fucking ball or they put a piece of paper with your name on it or a number or whatever. They call you up randomly. You go in front of the judge. The judge asks you all these questions. Now, when the judge, each time this happened to me, I would say, yeah, I can be fair and impartial, because I kind of felt like I had this suspicion, even though I filled out my questionnaire 2 weeks ago and sent it in. When I heard what the person was charged with, it almost, like, every time I ever went to court, it sounded like someone was getting railroaded by a bunch of crooked cops. And I felt like, oh man, I wish I hadn't have said that on that questionnaire, because this person's fucked. Look at these fucking crooked ass cops sitting here. I mean, I'm looking at them. I'm like, they're just a bunch of crooked ass pigs who railroaded this person, probably didn't do anything wrong. And so the judge would ask me, can you be fair and impartial? And I'm like, yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah. And okay, go sit in the jury box. And then the attorneys, they have time, like the defense and the prosecutor can strike a jury member and send you home. And that's what those questionnaires are for. So I knew what was going to happen every time. I'm sitting in the jury box on the actual jury, and I look at the prosecutor, and they always make the same face. They look down and they look up at me like, write something down, hand it to the judge. Judge is like, all right, juror number 10, you can go home. Peace. I'm out. Every single time I saw somebody have any kind of bias when the judge is asking questions, anti-police bias, immediately you're going home. If I would have said that to the judge, will you be less likely to believe the testimony of a police officer because they work in law enforcement? If I said yes, okay, you can go home. That's quick. That's simple. You can't be fair and impartial. You're going home. That's the reason. But if you're the opposite, if you want to guarantee that you're going to be on the jury, be the opposite. Be the other person. I saw a woman get up once. The judge asked her if she could be fair and impartial, and she said no. And everybody laughed, right? Because this is all in open court, you know? Everybody can hear everything. And the judge says, well, why? And she goes, because I'm a corrections officer, and I see a lot of crap, and I have to deal with criminals all the time, and I'm going to have a hard time believing anybody's not guilty. And the judge was like, well, can you just set that aside for this case? And the judge spent like 5 fucking minutes trying to convince this woman to stay on the jury, because she said that she automatically believes that the person being charged is going to be guilty. And so the judge tried really, really, really hard to get her to be on the jury. And this happened more than once, more than one judge. But that specific one of her being a corrections officer, and that only happened once. But I'm just saying, the same situation happened over and over, and I watched it. If you express bias that the defendant is automatically guilty and you're not even going to pay attention to the trial because they're just guilty, fuck him, look at him, he's guilty. The judge, everybody, they're going to push to have you on that jury. They want you on that jury. They want that. But if you have any inclination, if you say anything at all bias in the other direction that you don't trust the police, you're going home. Like, they won't, no questions asked. They can't punish you for that. They can't do it. All they can do is send you home. One inkling that you don't like the police, you're going home. Instant. Judge isn't going to ask you any more questions. He's not going to challenge it. He's not going to sit there and have a 5-minute back and forth with you. He's going to be like, oh, okay, you can go home. If you can't be fair and impartial, you can go home. Then I saw another woman get up. Looked like fucking Sally Fields, looked like some sheltered fucking Karen from the suburbs, probably on the board of the HOA, you know, just this fucking suburban sheltered bitch. And she said in front of the whole fucking courtroom, the judge asked her, can you be fair and impartial? And she's like, well, I don't see how I can, because if somebody gets arrested, they're obviously guilty. She's like, if he was innocent, why would he have been arrested? And everybody in the courtroom, like, I'm sitting next to this black dude who's looking at me, and I'm like, yeah, dog, yeah, she said that. And he's looking at me with this, like, shit-eating grin, and we're, like, making eye contact because this black dude who's sitting next to me just told the judge that he had been convicted of a felony before, and the judge didn't necessarily send him home for that, but it was a problem because they don't want convicted felons on the jury. The judge did a sidebar with that guy after he said he had a conviction for a felony, where he goes up and talks to the judge quiet so that the courtroom can't hear the details, and then he came back. But I'm sitting next to the black dude who was a felon when this Sally Fields said, well, if he's not guilty, why would he have been arrested? Because if you're guilty, or if you're arrested, that means you're guilty. She was on the fucking jury. She was on the jury. Like, when they said, because I'm sitting in the courtroom waiting to go home. Actually, I was sitting in the courtroom because there was another trial later that day, so they told us not to go home because we might get picked for that trial. And then you can go home. So I got to watch the final jury get locked, and the judge said, this is the final jury for this trial. The rest of you can go home, go grab lunch, whatever you're going to do or whatever. We'll start the trial after like a 10-minute recess or whatever. This was the morning. It was the morning. So they didn't adjourn for the day. They were going to start the trial. Sally Field was on the fucking jury, and I'm like, oh my God, you're cooked. The judge already tried to get the correction officer who said everybody's guilty automatically because I'm a correction officer and I can't believe anybody's innocent, and you don't want me on the, like, she kept arguing, don't put me on the jury. Don't put me on the jury. I can't. She's like, my job makes me biased. And they finally sent her home after like a 10-minute argument because they wanted her on the jury. The judge wanted her on the jury. The prosecutor definitely wanted her on the jury. The defense attorney didn't do shit because these fucking public defenders, they're on the public payroll and they don't want to rock the boat. They don't fight for you. They don't defend you. They're there to they're not really doing anything for you. They got another agenda. They're trying not to rock the boat and cause problems for themselves. They just want to go home and get their fucking paycheck. So they're not going to defend you. That's how Sally Fields got on the fucking jury. Because if that was my defense attorney and this fucking dumb fucking bitch from the suburbs got up and said, well, obviously he's guilty because he was arrested. If you weren't guilty, you wouldn't have been arrested. I'd have been like, strike her. I don't want her on my fucking jury. And she was on, like, the fucking defense attorney didn't strike her. Like, that right there, I would have stood up and said, I don't want this lawyer anymore. I'd have said, this lawyer's not doing his, like, they have to give you a different lawyer if you say this lawyer's not defending me, like, you can make a ruckus about it and they'll have to give you a different fucking lawyer. I've seen people do that. I've seen people turn around and defend themselves because they didn't like any of the lawyers that they were handed. And to be honest, if you know some shit, if you spend enough time in prison and jail, you'll do a better job representing yourself than these fucking public defenders will do on your case. Most of the people that I saw defend themselves did better and got better results for themselves than their fucking lawyers would. I've seen that happen multiple times. And that's part of the reason, because you got a defense attorney that didn't strike the juror that outright said he's guilty. Obviously he's guilty. He was arrested. If he wasn't guilty, he wouldn't have been arrested. You're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. Half the fucking people that they put on your jury are going to assume that you're guilty, and that's that. And they're just going to not even pay attention to your fucking trial. They're going to fall asleep. They're not going to listen to anything that any of the lawyers are saying because they've already made up their mind. They're going to go to the back room to deliberate. 5 minutes later, they're going to come back out. Guilty, 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 guilty. And the other thing that the prosecutors do is they charge you with multiple crimes. It's called stacking. That's the technical term, where they charged me with 14 fucking counts of different shit for 7 posts. Social media posts. One of those social media posts was questionable about whether it would qualify as being a threat or not. The rest of them did not qualify. The reason why I had to plead guilty to all of them is because of the games that they play. So my option was this. They charged me with 2 crimes each for 7 social media posts. The prosecutor offered me a deal. They would drop 12 of the 14 counts and charge me with 1 count of each crime for the 1 social media post that could possibly be twisted around and turned into a threat. And the plea deal was 2 years in prison for that. And my lawyer was convinced that I wouldn't go to prison for 2 years. She said, but here's the option. You file a motion to have all of the charges dropped. And what's probably going to happen is the judge will probably throw out 12 of the 14 counts because those social media posts don't qualify as actual threats. The words themselves don't even qualify as threats. You didn't say you were going to do anything. You said a lot of horrible things, but you didn't make a threat. So the prosecutor's throwing shit at the wall, hoping it'll stick. She goes, but the problem we have is the prosecutor only needs to get 1 of the 14 counts to stick. And they win. And you go to prison. If you go to trial and the prosecutor gets 1 of the 14 counts to stick, then you go to prison for 7 to 10 years. They're trying to give you a deal for 2 years by pleading guilty to 2 of the counts. If you plead guilty to all 14 of the counts, the sentence will actually be the same as if you were only convicted of 1. So you don't risk going to jail for more time by pleading guilty to all 14 if you want to throw yourself at basically it's called an open plea, where you basically say, okay, I'm guilty, and you let the judge make a decision without the prosecutor coming up with a deal. And she thought that the judge would give me a better deal than what the prosecutor was offering. Because the judge would see through it and say, even though he's pleading guilty to all this shit, it was only that 1 post that was questionable. And but she says if I file a motion to have the counts dismissed for not being actual threats, she said, I will sit in jail for another year while the judge makes up his mind. They'll file the motion and it'll go back and forth and procedure and all this bullshit. And you'll sit in jail for a whole year. And then you'll go into court and the judge will rule on the motion. And then you're still in jail. And then if the judge decides to strike some of the counts and dismiss them, you're still facing maybe 2 counts out of the 14, and you're still going to have to go to trial, and you're still possibly going to have to cop a plea deal or whatever. She's like, you'll probably, if you decide to fight this, you're probably going to sit in jail for 2 more years. I've already been in jail for a year. She goes, if you take the plea deal, you're going to sit in jail for another year. If you plead guilty to all the charges, because that's your only option, you don't get to plead guilty to some and not others. The only way out of those others is to have them dismissed by the judge, which can take over a year while you sit in jail waiting for it. She's like, my strategy is to have you plead guilty to all 14, and then we ask the judge for time served, so you go home at your sentencing hearing, and you sit in jail for another 4 months instead of another year. And so that's what we tried to do. And we go in front of the judge, and the judge was like, nope, you got 24. He gave me a 2-year sentence. He gave me the same sentence that the prosecutor was trying to give me the deal for. But when I pled guilty, the prosecutor turned around and tried to get me 7 to 10 years in jail, prison. I wouldn't take the deal for the 2 years, so the prosecutor turned around and tried to fight and argue to the judge that I should be in prison for 7 to 10 years. And the judge turned around and said, no, 2 years is enough, but you're not going home today. He's like, I'm not giving, and then it turned into like, that's when you're good. So the one thing that the fucking, once you, Blue Sky, yeah, I mean, being sentenced on all 14 charges could work in your favor if you ever get an attorney to take your case. Potential unlawful imprisonment for 12 counts that you're not guilty of. Once you plead guilty, it's over. You don't get to take that back. Pleading guilty is basically you admit that you did it. Now, in the case of that guy, this is the federal government. Keep in mind that the federal government, whatever crime that you get charged with by the federal government, let's just say I committed a crime in Texas and I went to court in the state of Texas, I'm charged by the state of Texas with this crime, whatever. It's a year in jail. If you're charged with the same exact crime for the same exact instance of that crime, but the federal government charges you with it, that's like 5 to 10 years in prison for the same crime that you get a year in jail in Texas for. And the federal government is nothing but a kangaroo court. It's 98% conviction rate. You have no chance. You have zero chance of going. If you plead guilty to false charges against you, you've admitted that you're guilty. And as far as the court's concerned, that's just as guilty as if a jury convicted you. You can't get that overturned. Like, that's not. If I was a billionaire like Donald Trump, sure, maybe I could pay lawyers to do things. If I had money, I probably wouldn't have spent that much time in jail over all this. It's all about how much money you have. It's not about whether you're guilty or not. I mean, it's a kangaroo court. Like, I'm not trying to be insulting, but it's like, when you're in that system, when you're thrown into that fire, you find out you don't have any rights. It's a corrupt kangaroo court. None of the shit they told you about this fucking Constitution and rights and Bill of Rights and, none of that. None of that applies. They do whatever the fuck they want. They do whatever the fuck they want. Why do you think billionaires are allowed to keep raping kids? Why do you think a dead man, a guy who died 2 months ago, is still a United States senator? They don't even have to prove that he's still alive and he's still a fucking senator. But everybody knows he's dead. Because if he wasn't dead, he would have showed up and got on fucking camera and said, hey, I'm not dead yet. Like the guy in the fucking wheelbarrow and the Monty Python movie. I'm not dead yet. He would have been in the fucking wheelbarrow yelling that he's not dead yet if he still wants to be a senator. He hasn't shown up. He hasn't even shown up to tell everybody he's alive. And he's still a fucking senator. Like, do you understand that there's no fucking law? We live in a lawless society. So you don't have rights. You don't have a fair trial. You don't have, they do whatever the fuck they want and you sit there and take it unless you're rich. That's how it works. There's no other fucking option. So, yeah, the 14 counts, 12 of which were total bullshit. Total bullshit that the prosecutor was willing to drop because that's what they do. They stack charges against you because the prosecutor only needs to get the jury to convict you of one count. So they charge you with 14 counts. Even if they know that 13 out of the 14 are total bullshit, because what do you think the jury, what does that plant in the mind of the jury? Number one, the jury's coming into your trial after they just saw all over the news that you're guilty, guilty. Fox News says he's guilty. CNN says he's guilty. NBC, ABC, CBS, Washington Post, Washington Times, New York Post, New York Times, guilty, 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 guilty. And now the jury's showing up to be on your fucking jury after that. And then the prosecutor stands up. Count number 1, count number 2, count number 3, count number 4. Oh my God, 14 counts. Guilty, 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 guilty. Oh, Sally Field, the one I was just telling you about. Sally Field will be on the fucking jury going, oh my God, 14 counts. Well, if he was innocent, he wouldn't have got 14 counts. Right, the more counts, JS, like the more counts that they stack up, even if they're total bullshit and false and the prosecutor knows it's false, the more counts that they stack up against you, the more guilty you look. And so what's going to happen if there's a holdout on the jury? My only chance would be, now if I wanted to go to trial, here's another option, right? Between all the shenanigans and the motions and all the shit that would be involved, my lawyer was trying to get me home in 14 months by pleading guilty to all of it, forcing a sentencing hearing and hoping that the judge says, okay, time served. 14 months is enough time in prison for a mean tweet. That's what we were hoping for. If I went to trial, okay, I would have sat in jail for at least another year, maybe 2 more years. So I would have been in prison I would have been in jail, which is worse than prison, for 3 fucking years waiting for my trial. And then if I lost my trial, 7 to 10 years I would have got sentenced to. Because when you waste the court's time, they double, triple, sometimes quadruple the sentence that you would have got in a plea deal. That's how they get the 98% conviction rate, because they come at you and they say, well, if you plead guilty, you'll get 2 years. But if you decide that you're going to go to trial, you're going to go to prison for 10 years. And the judge is going to be mad. Everybody's going to be angry that you dragged them into the courtroom to do their fucking job. The judge is going to have to cancel some fishing trip because I got to do this fucking trial now. And, we're going to waste they're going to tell you in your sentencing that you wasted the court's time, and because you wouldn't accept responsibility for what you did and you wasted the court's time because of your fucking rights, you're getting 10 years in prison when you could have got 2, you motherfucker. That'll teach anybody else who walks in here, oh yeah, go ahead and go get that trial, see what happens. So that's how they get everybody to cop a plea. It's a crooked system. It's the same thing that the Spanish Inquisition would do, or medieval torturers would do, to extract a confession. Oh, we'll put you on the rack and we'll put you in the Iron Maiden and we'll torture you and we'll torture you for the next 2 fucking years. And if you decide that you're still not guilty, we'll torture you for the next 10 years of your fucking life or more. But all you got to do is confess. If you sign this confession, it all ends right now. They should not be able to offer plea deals, and the crimes and the sentences for the crimes should be standardized. You should know what like when they charged me, they're like, you're looking at 10 years in prison. And then it's basically then it's a negotiation from there. And there's this book, it's about this thick. It's so thick I can't even get it in there. This book is about as thick as my fucking head is tall. The sentencing guidelines. So if you, like, I learned a lot of shit when I was locked up because you got nothing but time. So I learned how to read. I know how to look at this shit now. So if I see somebody get charged with a federal crime like P. Diddy, you know, or something like that, and everybody's talking their shit and all the, I can pretty much go through that book, and I'm like, I know how to count. I know how to do it now, and I know how to generally how much time he's probably going to get in jail, what kind of jail they're going to send him to. Like, you can, it's all in that guidelines book, and they do somewhat follow those guidelines. But they are guidelines. The judges don't have to follow them. For me, the judge stuck to the guidelines, but he gave me the lowest number of months according to the guidelines. It's based on a point system, and they give you different points for different aspects of what you're charged with. The number of counts, other factors, aggravating factors. Basically, the fact that I came to the door with a gun in my hand, even though I didn't point it at anybody, because when somebody's ransacking your fucking house at midnight and you're in the basement where there's no light coming in and you have no fucking idea what's going on, and you run upstairs with a gun in your hand, that's pretty much how it goes when you live out in the country. If I would call, if somebody was breaking into my house and I called 911 before confronting the burglar, it would probably be half an hour before a fucking cop showed up at my house. I lived out in the fucking country, in the woods, like Amish for neighbors. So, yeah, I heard smash, 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 glass breaking, all this fucking crazy shit going on. I'm just woke up out of bed from all the noise. I grabbed a fucking gun and ran upstairs, and they gave me an extra year in prison for that. The judge said, well, the FBI agent got on the stand and committed perjury, and my lawyer caught him, and it was on the record that the FBI agent lied, and everybody in the courtroom heard it. They all gasped because she nailed him. She nailed him. Even the fucking federal marshal who led me out of the courtroom in handcuffs after it was all over, he was like, wow, your lawyer fucking nailed that agent right on the stand. He lied. Like, everybody saw him lie. And the judge didn't care. The judge called me a liar. After the FBI agent committed perjury on the fucking stand, and he was nailed with it on the record by my lawyer, no ambiguity at all. Everybody in the courtroom saw him lie. She nailed him. But the judge didn't give a fuck. He's a hero. He's FBI, boys in blue, thin blue line, all that bullshit. The judge turned around and called me a liar and said I'm not credible at all. And because you came upstairs with a gun in your hand, I'm giving you 24 months instead of time served. And that's what it boiled down to. It's a number of points. He gave me 6 points for the gun. And if I came upstairs empty-handed, I would have went home that day. That was what it came down to. And so it's done. It's done. There's nothing I can fucking do about any of it now. I'm a piece of shit, convicted felon with 14 count conviction of making threats to the government. And that's just the way it's going to be for the rest of my life. And there's nothing you can do. Once you're charged by them, you're guilty. It's like North Korea. It's no different than Kim Jong-un. If you're charged with a crime by Kim Jong-un in North Korea, you're going to the fucking labor camp. There's no, yeah, they'll put on a trial for show, for the propaganda and all that, but you're guilty. That's it. Why? Because you're guilty. Fuck you. That's why. That's how it works. Go ahead and don't believe me, or, people talk their shit all day long about how I'm wrong, but these people have never been through it. These people have never been through it. So You know, the people who have been through it will agree with everything I've fucking said tonight. Because they've been through it and they've seen it firsthand. I don't even know, like, where do I go from here? I didn't really intend to spend an hour talking about my my court battle. But you know, it is what it is. That's the fun part of the live stream, because you know, you guys will say something in the chat and then you'll trigger me to come up with something to think about, and we kind of go and you ask questions and, you know, we talk back and forth. But I don't want to dwell on that. I kind of want to put that one to bed tonight, because I talk about this a lot and it is what it is, and there's nothing I can fucking do about it now except move on and live my life the best I can. And it sucks, but maybe something good will come out of this. I'm still hoping that it's like, yeah, that thing they call the butterfly effect. A butterfly flaps its wings in fucking Juarez, Mexico, and it causes a hurricane to take out Boston Harbor or whatever. You know, like, something might come out of this that's really good in my life that would have never happened if this shit show never took place. And so I'm hoping that down the road I can look back, and even though I made a stupid fucking mistake that I wish I didn't do, I wished I didn't do it before the FBI came to my house. I was like, damn, dude, you went a little too far with your stupid ass posts. You need to delete that account and just move on with your life. And that's what I was, seriously, it was Friday night. I was sitting in a chair, falling asleep in my chair. And it was the week of the raid on Donald Trump's house, and I was exhausted from all this other shit going on. And I was like, man, I just need to wake up tomorrow fresh, delete that fucking account, and just go back to living life and forget about all this political shit. And then at midnight, boom, 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 bang, bang, crash, tank in the fucking house, broken glass everywhere, and everything's ruined. Somebody had already, basically it was a bunch of Democrats in a group, watchdog Democrat group, that monitor people online that they don't like. And so they were taking screenshots of stuff that I post because they didn't like the fact that I worked for Gab. They didn't like the fact that I was involved with certain things, and I talked to certain people. But it was a liberal watchdog group that was gathering screenshots, and basically they made a little dossier on me and sent that to the FBI to get the FBI's attention. And now the FBI got onto me. It was because of a tattletale group, basically a liberal tattletale group. I mean, but like I said, I've been on this for over an hour. I think I just need to move on tonight, because it's just going to piss me off, to be honest. I just, you know, I did something stupid. I didn't deserve 2 years in prison, followed by being homeless and having my life totally fucking destroyed over a fucking mean tweet. Especially when billionaires are allowed to rape kids, Dr. Fauci's allowed to commit genocide and, you know, ruin this fucking country the way he did, and then get a pardon from the geriatric president that we used to have, and still plead the fifth when they drag him into congressional hearing today, and a dead guy gets to be fucking senator for the last 2 months without having to prove to anybody he's still alive. But I go to prison for 2 years for a fucking Twitter post. So fuck you, America. and I'm done. I'm over it. I've got to move on from there. I was talking about it's cooling off because the sun, sun's well behind the trees and stuff. So the temperature in here is dropping fast now that the sun's not baking down on this poorly insulated house. It's getting a lot more comfortable all of a sudden, and I'm waking up a little bit. Chris from Georgia. Yeah, I've been here the whole time, but YouTube doesn't want you to know that. I was saying earlier that 22 months have gone by without me getting 1 subscriber. YouTube locked my subscriber count where it is right now and they've locked it there for 22 months straight. So, and they play their games like they've never deleted a video. They've demonetized a couple of my videos here and there, but YouTube has never deleted a video, censored me, or told me I can't say or whatever, say stuff, or blocked me from speaking. But the other way that they handle these situations is they'll let you keep posting shit. They just won't show it to anybody or allow your channel to grow. So every time if I did get a new subscriber, they'll make sure a subscriber unsubscribes before a new subscriber is allowed to subscribe. I've seen other people where this happens, but usually it's tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of subscribers. But I've talked to a guy who has something like 80,000 some odd subscribers, and his subscriber count has been locked at the exact same number, give or take five. 80,000 some odd subscribers, and his subscriber count stays in a range of about 5 up or down for over a year. How? Well, we know how, because YouTube can manipulate the way that the algorithm works, and it's programmatic. It's not like a human being can flip a switch and say, we don't like this guy, but we're not going to just kick him off the platform either. We can because if they can make a couple of bucks a month off of someone like me, for me, I'm not making shit. But if they do that to me and they do that to 50,000 other people, YouTube can make millions of dollars by keeping people who are shadow banned online. They'll make it so that I make like $2 a month, but YouTube makes $2 a month times 50,000 from all the other people that they do that to. And so it's hot here. Did you know they made daylight savings permanent now? No, they haven't made it permanent yet, but they're talking about doing it. As far as I'm aware, that's not it has not been made law yet, and it has not been implemented yet, but I'm fine. Yeah, bring it. I was getting to the point where I was going to make daylight savings time permanent for myself and fuck everybody else. I'm going to live on the same schedule and set my clocks to that time, even if the time zone that I'm in is different than me, and just live my life accordingly, because I'm sick and tired of this retarded shit. But if they decide to do it, makes my life a lot easier. But I'm done. I don't want to set my clocks anymore. It's sick of it. Fine, if Donald Trump can do one fucking thing, that stupid backstabbing piece of shit, if he could come up with one fucking thing, daylight savings time is permanent. Yay, all right. Good job, asshole. You fucking did something for once. Yeah, forget about arresting Jeffrey Epstein's clients or investigating your own fucking assassination. You don't want to get to the bottom of that even. What happened to Doge and all that fraud that they were, Dr. Fauci ain't going to jail. 10 years ago, he told Hillary Clinton she's going to jail. She's still living her best life. How many other things should I list that he said he was going to do, and we haven't seen a fucking thing? But hey, if they make daylight savings time permanent, all right, at least we got a win. At least we got one thing. The only thing that these MAGA fucking dipshits can argue with me about is, well, he's deporting people and getting the illegals out of the country. And I'm like, it depends on what nationality you are. He's getting rid of all the Mexicans and the Hispanics, but he's bringing over half of the country of India to take our jobs. So what's the fucking difference? He's getting rid of all the people that pick the cabbage and work in the fucking farmers' fields and sending them back to Mexico. But he's bringing over Team India to take all of the American tech jobs and pretty much every other fucking job that they can get their hands on, so that America ends up unemployed while India is, over here with every fucking company has 6,000 H-1B workers because all of a sudden they can't find an American to do that fucking job. Fuck you, Elon Musk and Trump. So what the fuck's the point? They're going to they're going to deport 1 million Mexicans to bring in 2 million Indians. Fuck them. Like, I don't buy that argument from MAGA. You're just replacing one set of immigrants with another. Why? So Americans can go work in the cabbage fields and Team India can do all the fucking programming and smart people jobs, even though they suck at it. The only reason they're getting hired is because they'll do it for 1/3 the price, and the company has an indentured servant in the form of an H-1B visa, because that Indian is tied to work for that company, and they can't just leave and go get another job if they don't like the working conditions. So you get 1/3 you get to hire 3 people from India for the price of 1 American, and you got 3 indentured servants. That's almost slavery. The only reason it's not slavery is because the people from India can say, I don't like working here, and they can go back to India, where people shit on the fucking street and, throw trash in the fucking river. Every place that there's a body of water, it's full of fucking garbage. They can go live like that. Or they can work as an indentured servant for 1/3 the price of what an American would make for the same job they got brought over here to do. But either way, we're fucked. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what he's doing about immigration. And that's the only thing MAGA has, because he's broke every other fucking promise that he made. So I fucking hate Donald Trump. I hate Donald Trump more than I hate any other fucking president that came before him. Mainly because of the level of backstabbing that he did to us. I didn't have any I expected Obama to be a piece of shit. I expected George Bush to be a piece of shit. Donald Trump, I was like, well, we don't know. That's the first time in my life where I was like, well, we don't know. I mean, the trend would show, or the trend would indicate, that he's probably going to be a backstabbing piece of shit. Because Bill Clinton was the worst president America ever had until George W. Bush came along and became the worst president America ever had. Well, until Barack Obama came along and became the worst president America ever had. Until Donald Trump showed up and became the worst president America ever had. So what do you think the next one's going to be? The trend shows what the next one is going to be. It's going to be worse than Donald Trump. So whatever. I do not give a fuck anymore. I'm never voting again. So what the fuck do I care? Oh yeah, JS, you're still waiting for your $2,000 stimulus check. Wasn't the tariffs? We're all supposed to get a $2,000 check from the tariffs, right? But instead, we're just paying the fucking tariffs. We're paying more for everything we buy and getting taxed out the fucking ass and paying 3 times more for gasoline. How about that, MAGA? You fucking dumbass fucking retards. Red hat retards. Fuck you, MAGA. And fuck you, the COVID cult. All you Dr. Fauci worshippers can go suck a dick too. I fucking hate all of you. I'm an equal opportunity hater. If you don't like it, get the fuck out of here. Let's watch that fucking follower count drop a little more. I don't care. There we go. 9. Went from 10 to 9. So somebody left. All right. So can we gotta switch the topic, not because I care about people coming and going. I mean, I'm never going to get more than 20 people showing up to a live stream because YouTube won't allow it. I'm at the mercy of whatever YouTube's algorithm decides to do, unless I can find another way to bring people to the party myself. But YouTube isn't going to do it. So I don't know how to reach people without, if you're not on social media, how the fuck do you get the attention of people who aren't? Or how do you get people to come to the party if the algorithm won't help you do it? You know what I mean? How do you do it? I don't know. It's not like you can't get people to come look at a website anymore. That's gone. Because Google don't even show you the website results anymore. It just goes out and finds all the websites that you're looking for shit from, and then uses AI to read all that shit and give you a summary and sticks that in front of you so you don't have to go to the websites anymore. So what's the fucking point of having a blog? You know what I mean? What's the point of even having a blog? Nobody will read it. Nobody's going to come and look at it. I don't even go to fucking websites anymore and read stuff anymore mainly because the shit that I don't even know where to go because I can't how do you even find somebody's fucking website anymore unless they told you specifically their URL. We're all fucked. We're all fucked right now, and the whole internet was basically designed to be a prison control system for America, for the prison planet. And that's, look around. Your whole neighborhood is covered in flock cameras now. And like they got us by the balls, and nobody's got the balls to fight back and do what needs to be done. So they're just going to walk all over us. It's game over. Like, it's over. America's done. You don't believe it or not, I don't give a fuck. It's like, you can say that the sky is red, but it's blue. Whether you believe it is or not doesn't change the fact that it's real. America's done. You might not believe it is, but that doesn't change the fact that it's over. So you'll see it. You'll see it someday if you live long enough. So it is hot. It is cooling down a little bit. People in general are just, I can't be on X. Like, I was doing the meme thing, and I was building up a following. I got to 1,030 subscribers. Then they did a bot purge, and I dropped to like 930. I lost about 100 followers overnight on X because bot purge, or whatever the fuck they did. All of a sudden, now I'm under 1,000. Took me a long time to get over 1,000. Now I'm got to work my way back up to just be fucking 1,000 again. It's kind of like my bank account. Every time I'm 1,000-aire, something shows up to take that money away, and I'm back to being 100-aire. If I'm lucky, I'm 100-aire. Sometimes I'm $1-aire, or less than $20 in the fucking bank to survive a month on. Somehow the grace of God comes through. I don't know. But just the way people are now, X is like the cesspool of the internet. Like, I used to think Gab was bad, but now that Elon Musk owns X, it's like a cesspool. And like the judge that convicted me and sent me to federal prison told me that I'm an internet bully. And basically, I'm an obnoxious, loudmouth internet bully. And here I am saying that X is a hostile environment, and I'm a fucking asshole. Like, that's like the place for me. And I'm sick of it. Like, I'm the biggest dickhead out there. I went to federal prison for 2 years for being a fucking dickhead on the internet. Literally. 100%. That's why I went to prison, for being an internet dickhead. And I'm telling you that X is too hostile, and I can't fucking deal with it right now. Like, this, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, obviously, if you're a church-going Ned Flanders type, you're not going to enjoy being on X, because the king of internet dickheads who went to prison for 2 years for it can't tolerate it sometimes. And even Facebook is just full of assholes now. I only go to Facebook because of Facebook Marketplace. I think Facebook's a fucking piece of shit in every possible way. I have to post videos to Facebook for a client, and I absolutely hate it. Hate it. The tools, the website, the business manager, it's trash. It's the biggest user experience piece of fucking garbage that I've ever seen in the history of the internet. It is the worst fucking website I've ever seen in my life. They've ruined it. The user experience is incredibly awful. If I have 5 videos to post to this account, it takes over an hour to do it because it's slow, clunky, broken, and just a completely broken experience from soup to nuts. It's horrid. I literally, I dread it. I get a knot in my stomach anytime I have to log into that piece of shit and put stuff on it. But I see things on Facebook, and it's like Facebook does, like, you can't go there and like follow your friends and family and actually see anything that they post, because Facebook only shows you what people pay for you to see. They don't show you the shit that you follow. The way Facebook works now is you get people to follow you, and then you post stuff, and they don't show anything that you post to anybody unless you pay them. And so everything that you see when you log into Facebook in your feed is a paid advertisement. Literally. The only way, if you have 20,000 followers and you post something on Facebook, nobody will see it. Maybe 5 people. Maybe 5 people will see it. Maybe 5 people will come directly to your feed, to your page, and see it. But Facebook will not put it in anybody's feed until you pay them to boost it. So anything that you ever see on Facebook when you log into that fucking piece of shit is because whoever it is paid for you to see it. It's an ad. And so they fucking ruined it. I fucking hate that. I hate that platform more than any other fucking garbage on the internet. But I jump in from time to time because they ruined Craigslist. Facebook Marketplace, it's a piece of shit. It's a fucking broken pile of trash that you can't even fucking search and find the shit that you're looking for on. But now everybody's putting their stuff for sale there instead of Craigslist. So Craigslist is broken because of Facebook. At least here in Houston it is. It's a completely broken, like there's nothing on Craigslist. It's all on Facebook Marketplace. So I browse, I have a list of things that I get on there from time to time. And so I saw a post, but the people in general, I saw a post on Facebook from some dumb cunt, Karen. Let's say her name might be Karen. Somebody who lives in the fucking suburbs around here. Won't say the neighborhood. She put a post up with a photograph, so she probably paid for everybody to see it. Because I saw it, and I don't even follow this fucking bitch. But it showed up in my feed. I don't know why. But this fucking cunt puts up a picture of a couple of guys on bicycles riding down the road in front of her. And it was basically a rant about how she wants to run them over and kill them because people who ride bicycles don't belong on the road. And so I'm like, oh, that's probably, like, they know what you're into. So they probably, the algorithm knows I'm going to click on this shit. Karen from the suburbs wants to kill 2 cyclists because they're riding bicycles on her road. Of course I'm going to click on the fucking comments. They know. That's why they put it in my fucking feed. They knew I'd click on that shit. And I'm telling you, when I clicked on the comments, I'm not going to be able to bring it up there's no way. I should have bookmarked it. Maybe I did. I could show this to you, but I probably didn't bookmark it. Because I don't, sometimes I don't think to do that. This would be good. I'll double check, but I don't think I bookmarked this shit. But while I'm talking about it, I'll double check and see if I get the fuck out. Oh, wait. Oh, I got to log in with it. No, forget it. I'm not even going through that process. Logging into that. Everything about Facebook's a broken piece of shit. And I don't want to open up another web browser where it's already logged in. I don't want to go through the 15-step process of logging into Facebook with all the bullshit and nonsense that goes together with that. The fuck is this? Just give me a second here. I gotta check something. Oh, what the fuck is that? Huh. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, I know what that is. Sometimes I gotta look at I get a weird phone call every now and then, and I'm like, that's actually a subject for later on tonight. We got an hour left. But we're on this. Okay. Dumb bitch from the suburb wants to kill 2 guys on bicycles, run them over with her pickup truck or whatever the fuck, because bicyclists don't belong on the road. And when I clicked on the comments, it was hundreds of comments about how people who ride bicycles on the road deserve to die. They deserve. Now, I went to federal prison for saying some shit like that. But hundreds of people got on Facebook, put up a picture of two guys riding a bicycle down the road, and had hundreds of people commenting about, yeah, those two should die. Anybody who rides a bicycle on the road should be killed. They shouldn't be allowed to live. Bicycles don't belong on the road. Blah, blah, fuck it. And I was just like, you know what? I made one comment. I said, all you people can go fuck yourselves. And that was my comment. And then I had to get off Facebook for the rest of the day. Because, like, I actually wanted to say shit that would get me put in federal prison for 2 more fucking years. And I'm just like, you know what? I need to let go of this and go do something else today. But it was just one comment after the next. It was hundreds of comments about anybody who rides a bicycle on the road should be killed. And I'm like, yeah, you can all go fuck yourselves, you fucking scumbags. These are the fucking lazy fat pieces of American shit that will drive their car to their next door neighbor's house in the cul-de-sac because they're such a fat, lazy piece of shit they can't even fucking walk to the house across the street. They got to drive. And if anybody's riding a bicycle on my road, they should die. Fuck you. This is what I deal with. This is what I deal with when I'm using a bicycle as transportation. I'm dealing with a bunch of people who literally want to kill me. And the only reason that they haven't killed me is because they don't want to go to prison. The threat of going to prison is the only reason I'm alive. Riding my bicycle on the road where 7 out of 10 people that pass me want to run me over and kill me because I'm riding a bicycle on their road. And it don't even matter if I'm blocking their way or not. They could be on a road that's 3 lanes wide and I'm on the right-hand side of the road on the right lane and they've got 2.5 lanes to get around me that are empty. They'll still come blaring their fucking horn and screaming and yelling and trying to clip my fucking handlebars with their fucking mirror of the Dodge Ram pickup truck that they're driving. So, you know, because I must be in the fucking guy's way and he's on his way home to beat the shit out of his wife. And he's going to be 5 seconds late. And he's not going to be, I'm taking one punch away from his wife's face by holding him back. So he can't get home as fast. Get these fucking pieces of shit. I fucking hate. This is why I'm so full of fucking hate. Because this is all I see every day. Honestly, when I go to that bakery, it's like one of the only times in my life when I'm surrounded by people who aren't pieces of shit. Like I'm surrounded by nice people who are friendly and polite and care about each other. And then I come to you guys and I hang out with you guys here on Wednesday night. And it's like those are 2 parts of my week that I like because I'm not surrounded by a bunch of fucking dickheads. By a bunch of fucking dumb ass retards. But when I go out in public, it's like I'm in Texas and every fucking it's 2026 July 2026 and I go outside and I go to the grocery store and I see 50 fucking people with a COVID mask on their face and I'm not kidding. I want to pick up the fucking shopping cart, smash it over their fucking head. Like that's where I'm at. Obviously, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to get my fucking groceries and go home, not interact with these fucking dipshits. And the fact that they got a mask on their face means I can see from 100 yards away that you are somebody I want nothing to do with at all. I don't want to know you. I don't want to say hi to you. I don't want to be your friend. I don't even want to interact with you. I don't even want to pretend that you're another person. You just like, you do not even exist. You're the non-playable character in Grand Theft Auto on the side of the road that you just happen to run over when you're getting chased by the cops and you don't care. Oh, there goes another one. That's what I see when I see these people walking around in their fucking COVID masks in 2026 in Texas. And that's just the people with the COVID masks. And then I got to deal with this bitch Karen on Facebook talking about you deserve to die if you ride your bicycle on the road. Why? Because bicycles don't belong on the road, so you should die. You should go die. And 150 fucking people leaving comments, yeah, fuck them, they should die. And the only reason you don't die is because people are like, well, if I run them over, I might go to jail. And that's the only reason they don't fucking run you over. So they'll comment and they'll talk all their shit and they'll be an obnoxious internet bully just like me on Facebook, Instagram, wherever the fuck they're doing it, X, whatever. But I also see, because of the algorithm, they know I'm a cyclist. So I get to see lots of videos of road raging drivers hitting people on purpose. I saw one road rage driver plow into a group of cyclists and run a couple of them over. Didn't kill them, but he's doing some time. He might be doing 30 fucking years in prison for assault or, something, attempted murder or something like that, because it was all video. Somebody had a helmet camera and filmed the whole fucking thing. And the cops went, like, the guy fucking ran over a couple of bikers and then took the fuck off, and they went and got him. Hit and run, felony assault, attempted murder. Like, the cops didn't fuck around. But that's where people are. They're like, oh, fuck you, you faggot. You fucking spandex wearing faggot. I could just run you over and kill you because you're on a bicycle. Fuck you. That's why. Because fucking fags on bikes should die. That's the way these fucking people are. And so that's got to be on the back of my mind when I'm riding my bicycle around, and the only time I ever ride my bicycle is literally for transportation. I have not ridden a bicycle for fun. I rode 4,000 miles last year in 2025. And I rode 4,000 miles, and not one fucking mile of that was for fun. It was all transportation. And I've ridden my bike a little bit this year, but not anywhere near not anywhere near 4,000 miles. I don't even know if I've rode 1,000 miles this year yet. I mean, there's still time, but I do want to ride. I enjoy it. I mean, I would like to ride my bike to the bakery and back and get back into that rhythm again. But I work a lot on Sundays, and I typically work on Sunday till like 11 o'clock at night. And then I got to get up in the morning and go to that bakery. And in order to ride my bike to the bakery and be on time, I got to get up at 5 a.m. and be out the door shortly after 6 a.m. And then I'm not going to be home from the bakery until probably 6, 7 o'clock at night. Probably 6:30, somewhere around there, depending on what I do. And I do like to get my grocery shopping done on the days I go to the bakery, just to kill two birds with one stone. And I can't do that on the bicycle easily. So I'd have to come home, take a shower, get changed, go to the grocery store, come back. So I'm like, I haven't been riding my bicycle. But it's not because I'm afraid of these dickwads on the road. But the road is full of these fucking pieces of shit. Houston, Texas is hands down the most hostile, awful, rotten place I've ever ridden a bicycle or driven a car in my life. Like, nothing compares to this fucking place. Nothing. San Juan, Puerto Rico, New York City, Manhattan, Chicago, Boston, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Tampa, like any fucking city you can, St. Louis, every place I've ever ridden a bicycle or driven a car, Houston is like 1,000 times worse than any other place I've ever been. I cannot ride from point A to B without somebody getting into a confrontation with me, threatening me, trying to run me off the road, screaming and yelling, trying to swerve into me. It's fucking hot. I would never allow my kid, like, if I had, the only way I would ever go on a bike ride with my son or a child of mine or a friend or somebody like that is if they're hardened like me, been riding your fucking bicycle for the last 30 years of your life in hostile environments, and you can take it. But I would never recommend going on a bike ride here to anybody. But it doesn't It sounds like it bothers me because I'm talking about it the way I am right now, but I can get on my bicycle. I don't give that much of a fuck about it when I'm out there doing it. But you know, my middle fingers definitely get a workout. Get just as much. My middle fingers get just as much of a workout as my calves and my hamstrings and my quads, um, because of the amount of douchebaggery that I got to fight back against every time I'm out there. But I don't just sit back and act like a timid little asshole when these people are being hostile towards me. I'm gonna make it so that you have to run me over and go to prison, and that's usually enough to keep people, like, they'll run their mouth, they'll scream and yell, honk their horn, do all that shit, but they won't cross that line to where, oh shit, I might go to prison for that. That's rare. That's rare. But it's the same thing on X. That's all I see. Every time I log into X, all I see is people screaming and yelling at each other, threatening death threats, all kinds of shit. You know, people who threaten each other, people threaten to kill each other all day and night on X and don't go to prison for it. But it's crazy how people are now. You post a fucking meme on X and people want to kill you. Or they they're internet bullies, like the judge said. People who would talk all this shit hiding behind a picture of a cat. You know, some fucking dipshit hillbilly asshole hiding behind a picture of a cat wearing a sunglasses and a cowboy hat so you can't tell who he is. You know what I mean? Like they'll talk their shit all fucking day, but they won't say it to your face. But X I can only take it in small doses right now because I'm in a bad, as you can tell, I'm not in a great mood about the state of our country. And going there doesn't do anything to help. And the problem is X right now is the only platform where I can grow my audience because it's the only algorithm that's open to growth right now. And the more of a dickhead I am, the more people follow me. So it's like, and I'm kind of like, I wish there was some other thing that I could do besides that. And it's too expensive. It's like I can get the fucking entire Adobe Creative Suite for not much more money than what it costs to be an X Premium subscriber, and you can't grow. You will never be able to grow your X account if you don't have the blue check mark. It's impossible. The algorithm, it's set up that way to block you from being able to grow your account unless you pay them for it. Just like Facebook, you can't grow your Facebook account without paying for it. They're all pay to play. YouTube's not pay to play, but you got to pay the price in terms of losing your freedom of speech and toe the line. And you got to basically be the people YouTube wants you to be, or they're going to just put you in the fucking dirt and not let you grow. But there is, as far as I'm aware, I don't think there's a way that you can pay to get boosted on YouTube, but maybe you can. Maybe you can boost videos and get more reach if you pay them for it. But I don't know. It'd be a neat experiment for my channel if I could do that. But I don't know, man. It's like we just had a fucking I just had a friend who went to Seattle for about a week, and on the day she came back, there was a big shooting at a festival, and I was like, I hope she made it back. You know what I mean? Because and I'm like, you know, this is the fucking world we live in today. Because when I was a kid, I'm Gen X. I don't remember being a kid and where people are running around going, you know, I think I'm going to go out and shoot a bunch of fucking people today. Oh, yeah, there's this festival going on in downtown Pittsburgh. I think I'm going to go shoot a bunch of people. That sounds like a good way to have some fun today. But now it's like every fucking day. Now it's it happens so much now that it's not even a big deal. It's not even a big news story. Somebody goes on a shooting spree and kills 6 people at a fucking music festival, and it's on the news for like 10 minutes. And unless, if it's a white guy that did it, it'll be on the news for like a week. If it's a Muslim or a Hispanic or a Somalian or an Arabian terrorist or whatever, it'll be gone from the news on the day. It'll be mentioned, and by the end of the day, it's gone. They'll never talk about it again. But either way, it has a mass shooting, a shooting spree, where someone walks into a fucking music festival and dusts off 20 fucking people. That's like 3 days. That's like 3 days in the news cycle. It's gone. We're off to something else on Friday. Like when I was growing up in Gen X, when we were in high school, when we were kids, if someone walked into a fucking school and shot 10 people, that would have been on the news for 6 fucking years. That would have been like the big story in the news for 5-10 years. Now it's got a 3-day shelf life and it's done. Unless it's like a political stunt, like the Charlie Kirk assassination or something where there's another agenda going on there. That's a political thing. Even the Donald Trump assassination. Donald Trump won't even investigate his own fucking assassination. What does that fucking tell you about him? Yeah, JS, great minds think alike, right? The assassination attempt at Trump news lasted 2 days, and that was live on CNN. The only campaign event that CNN decided to cover, by the way, live, was the one where he got shot. Do you imagine that? But nothing funny about nothing fishy there. So many fucking things about that are wrong. I've been to places where the president comes to speak more than once. Like 3-4 times. I got chased by the Secret Service once in downtown Washington, D.C., and I got away from them because a bunch of people were throwing snowballs at Dick Cheney. And I wasn't throwing snowballs at Dick Cheney, but I was filming people throwing snowballs at Dick Cheney. So they chased me, and I got away. From the fucking Secret Service, I got away. But in downtown, but I've been. Do you have any fucking idea how hard it is to get anywhere where the president's speaking? How many layers of security there are? And how much I had to go through at least 3 checkpoints where the Secret Service patted me down, put me through a metal detector, went through all my fucking camera bags, and searched me head to fucking toe. And then you'd go like 500 yards and there's another one and you got to do it all over again. And then there's another one and you got to do it again. But the president shows up to give a speech and a kid climbs up on the roof of a fucking building that's 100 yards away from the president, carrying not a gun, but a fucking rifle. A rifle. He got past the Secret Service with a rifle and climbed up onto a fucking roof with a fucking rifle 100 yards from the president. I've seen the president speak, not Trump, but other presidents. I've seen them speak. You look around, every fucking rooftop window and every goddamn thing that there could be a shooter at has a sniper standing there, has agents there. There were snipers behind Donald Trump looking at the fucking roof where the kid shot him from. And they didn't take the kid out until after he squeezed off a few rounds. The whole fucking thing is a staged event. And if you can't figure that out, then you're out. You're retarded. You are absolutely fucking retarded if you can't see that that's a whole psyop. That's a staged event. You don't get within 100 yards of the president of the United States or a former president of the United States carrying a fucking rifle on a rooftop 100 yards away from where the president is with an open line of sight. That does not fucking happen unless it was allowed to happen. The people that were protecting him did it. The Secret Service did that shit. The Pennsylvania State Troopers, they did that shit. The FBI did that shit. And now he's the president of the United States, and he don't want to look into that. They're just a bunch of heroes. The thin blue line, the law enforcement's great. Fuck you, Donald Trump. He's probably in on it too. It was probably a fake fucking assassination attempt. It probably didn't get hit in the ear. He put a big bandage on it for a few days, and then all of a sudden it was healed. That was all just a big fucking psyop. They killed a couple of people to make it look real, but just peasants, people that don't matter, got killed. Whatever. We'll just shoot a couple of peasants. We'll let the billionaires rape their kids. Whatever. They're just fucking peasants. Who gives a fuck? Nothing happened to the important people. People were yelling shooter. People were trying to get the attention of the police because there's a kid climbing up on a roof carrying a fucking rifle. And the police were like, nothing to see here. Just let him go. Come the fuck on, man. I've been saying this since the day it happened. And people look at me like I'm the fucking idiot. I'm the fucking idiot. The Secret Service that allowed a kid to climb up on a rooftop 100 yards away from Trump carrying a fucking rifle. Not a gun, but a fucking rifle. You can't just hide that shit. They're not the idiots. I'm the idiot for, speaking the fucking obvious that's right in front of your fucking face. I'm fucking tired of this shit. Like this, you can't fucking talk to retards. You can't take retarded people and make them not retarded. I can't fix retarded. So I don't know why I try. Because, most of the people in this country are complete fucking retards. And that's just the way they are. Like, you can't fix that. It's like, oh my God. I don't even know why it makes me mad. I'm tired of it all. I'm tired of this whole fucking place. People are like, well, if you don't like it here, you could just leave. No, you can't. Because America is like the only country on earth where you can just waltz right in, no matter what fucking country you're from, and get a bunch of free shit, and they just let you stay. You can't just go to another country and fucking live there. It don't work like that. All these fucking retards. You don't like it? Leave. I would have fucking left. I would leave right now if I could go to a new country and start over again. Yeah. Some 2-bit ass clown third world dictatorship shithole. I'd be fine with that because I know what I'm getting. At least they're not pretending in some of these countries that it's like some free fucking country and you got rights and shit. I don't know. Is there a nice beach? Is there something going on over there? Like Honduras or not Honduras, Haiti, Dominican Republic or something like, some place that's, just some third world shithole. I don't know. You got a good beach. You got, I don't know. What you got? I'd be fine with it. I would love to not spend the rest of my life living in this fucking dump, this fucking bullshit country full of fucking idiots. But I mean, whatever. It's my home, and I gotta make the best of this fucking bullshit, I guess. Belize, they speak English. Yeah, I'm gonna have a hard time visiting other countries because they don't just let you in if you have a felony. And now that they just on the computer, you show up from the plane trip, and they can just turn you around and send you back home because, you got a felony. And even if you got that shit cleared in advance, they can still turn you around at the border and tell you to go home. But I'll never be able to go to Canada again. That's 100%. I won't even be able to go to Canada if I'm on my way to Alaska. They won't let me drive on the highway from the Canadian border to the Alaskan border. If I want to go to Anchorage, I'll have to fly or take a boat. I mean, honestly, I'm at the point that chick that got in the fucking rowboat and rowed her rowboat from San Francisco to Hawaii. Now she's all famous and whatever. At least she fucking did something besides being an OnlyFans whore to make her money, but she'll get rich. She'll be rich because she rowed a rowboat across the ocean. But hey, I would love to. I don't know how to do that. I mean, I know how to row a boat. I know how to do the boat part, like the physical, but I don't know how to fucking navigate the ocean and sharks and scrape the fucking barnacles off the bottom of the boat and all that fucking. And she obviously had some money or was given a bunch of money because she had all kinds of. She's making Facebook posts from a fucking rowboat in the middle of the ocean. She had something. She had, you know, her GPS systems and computers and navigation and safety and all this other shit. I mean, that little boat probably cost $500,000. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm observant. There's a lot of expensive shit on that boat. But either way, I would love to just get in a fucking rowboat and row my boat across the fucking ocean and just leave me the fuck alone. I would do it. I would do it right now. Right now with no experience. Make that part of the fucking gimmick. This fucking retard, this fucking idiot thinks he can go row a boat across the ocean. Good luck, motherfucker, you dumb motherfucker. Good luck. I hope you die. Is what most people would watch it because they want me to die. They watch this girl because they want to see her succeed. But if I did it with no experience because I hate America and I just want to get the fuck away from here and all I got's a fucking rowboat or whatever, like people would watch it because they want me to die. They don't want to, like, they're like, man, if I take a break and go to the bathroom, he's probably going to fucking die and I'm going to miss it. That's why they would watch my rowboat channel. They don't want to see me make it to Hawaii. They want to see me end up missing Hawaii because I went like 200 miles too far south and now I'm so far out in the middle of the fucking ocean that I'm just going to die out there somewhere, or I'm going to find a fucking island like Tom Hanks in Castaway and nobody's ever going to find me and I'm just going to fucking I'm going to find a washed up volleyball and make a face on it and he's going to be my best friend. And you know the fucking phone battery's gonna die, so no more Facebook posts. You know, like they're just gonna be like, well, the motherfucker went and died. Like I'll probably have 20 million followers if I ever make it back to the mainland, all because they wanted to watch me die. But I would do it right now. I would go. If you told me there's a boat in the harbor here at fucking Houston and I could get my probation officer to sign off on that shit, I would get in that boat right fucking now and paddle. I'd fucking be like, you know what? I'll paddle around the whole world. I'll circumnavigate. I'll be the first American dipshit, asshole, convicted felon, whatever. Because you can't be the first. She couldn't even be the first woman. She had to be like the first woman to do it, the first American woman with it's going to be like the first transgender woman that used to be a man that did it with no GPS and like 6 other conditions to get from like San Francisco to Hawaii or whatever to have some sort of claim to fame. You can't just be the first person to do it or the first woman to do it. You got to have like 6 other categories now to get a claim to fame. She had like 4 or 5. She had to tack on she wasn't the first woman to do it. I don't even think she was the first American woman to do it. She had to be like the first American woman with this, that, and the other thing to do it this fast or something like that to get a claim to fame because so many people fucking did it before her. So I got to come up with like the first American retarded jackass idiot convicted felon who doesn't have any experience navigating the ocean to paddle a boat from, Galveston, Texas to Australia or some whacked out shit. Like, there you go. There's my claim to fame. It's like you can't be anything when it comes to Mount Everest. You can't be the first person to climb Everest. You can't be the first female. You can't be the first female transgender amputee with no oxygen mask to do it. Somebody already fucking did it. Somebody probably already took a fucking wheelchair to the top of Mount Everest by now. But they didn't do it. They had a Sherpa carry up their fucking... They had probably some Sherpa carry them on their back. in a wheelchair and stuck him on top of Mount Everest and be like, I'm the first retard on Everest with my wheelchair. And then they had to fucking Sherpa had to carry him back down. I mean, you can't, there's no records there's nothing you can claim on Everest ever again. This is a bunch of bullshit anyway. It's like, even the first guy that climbed Everest, Sir Edmund Hillary or whatever his name was, he was just the first white guy to do it. The Sherpa went up that fucking mountain like 25 times carrying all that dude's shit. But the white guy gets counted as the first guy that climbed the mountain. Not the fucking slaves that carried all his shit up and down the mountain 15 fucking times to get it all up there and get it all back down. They showed this guy. There's a fucking documentary on Netflix. It is so goddamn funny. Because it just shows what a bunch of fucking assholes these Mount Everest people are. These people go, they spend $100,000 to have a Sherpa carry all their fucking shit up Mount Everest, and they spend 6 months trying to climb this fucking mountain. And maybe they do, and maybe they don't, and some of them die, and some of them don't, but it's like, it's this big fucking thing. Well, this one guy decided he was going to climb a Sherpa, you know, one of these people that basically does that, carries all these people's shit. He decided he was going to show the world he can climb 7 of the highest peaks in the world in a month. I think it was like 1 month. And he showed up at Mount Everest on like a Tuesday, and he fucking hiked to the top, and he had to get back down to the bottom because he had to get on a fucking plane and make it to the next mountain by like tomorrow, so that he could climb the next mountain tomorrow. So like he went up fucking Mount Everest, came back down like it was nothing in like fucking 4 hours or some crazy shit. And then someone was stranded and about to die. And so he turned around. He's like, oh, fuck it. I'll go get him. He went back up the fucking mountain and got someone who was like, there were some people stranded up there, and he got 1 or 2 of them down, and another one died. But he basically like went back up the fucking mountain and got some people and brought them back down, and then got on the fucking flight to the next mountain and climbed that one the next day. He climbed 7 of the fucking mountains in less than a month. All of the hard ones, like Everest, K2, all of the fucking big mountains, the 7 biggest mountains in the world. He climbed them all like that in a month. And I think the hardest one took him like 2 days. And then you got all these fucking white bastards having all these fucking people like him carrying all their shit up the mountain with fucking oxygen tanks and every other goddamn fucking thing. Everything short of a fucking helicopter taking them to the top of the mountain and dropping them off up there. And the only reason they don't do that is because the helicopters can't get up there. But believe me, the rich white assholes would take the helicopter onto the top of Mount Everest and say, look at me, I did it. While these fucking slaves that carry all their shit are the ones that did it. They do it like 30 times a fucking day. While this rich white asshole does it once, and it took him 6 fucking months to do it. After the people carried all his shit for him and set all the ropes and did all the shit for him and pretty much did everything but carry him piggyback up the fucking mountain. So I don't know if I could get something, like I would do something. I would get in a rowboat. I've never rowed. I've taken canoes down rivers. That's the most water experience I have is being out on my grandfather's fishing boats on Lake Ontario. So maybe some rowboats and shit on some calm lakes. But the hardest, most rigorous, dangerous shit I've done is going down some pretty wild rivers in a canoe by myself with a bicycle strapped to the front of the canoe so that I have to find a place to stash my canoe and ride my bicycle back to my vehicle when I'm done. I've done that. Shenandoah River, Allegheny River, a few other places. But that's nothing. So yeah, for me to give me a fucking rowboat, park it at Galveston, let me know when you want me to go. I'll do that shit tomorrow. I don't need any experience. I don't need any training. You know, give me a beacon or whatever the fuck. Give me a compass. Tell me where to fucking go. Like, I'll do it. Fuck it. Why not? I got nothing to lose. Put it on YouTube and have everybody be a subscriber because everybody wants to watch an idiot die. If that's how I got to build my following, if that gets me 20 million followers on some social media platform because I'm a retarded idiot who thinks he could row a boat across the ocean, you know, fine. If that's what I got to do to get my fucking house. I can't sell my cock on OnlyFans, but I can do dangerous, stupid idiot shit and grab people's attention. I mean, what else can I do to grab people's attention and get the money? I don't know. The sad, yeah, John JS. The sad thing is the Sherpas climb the mountain beforehand to put the ladders in place before they expedite. Exactly. This guy, I don't know. I wish I knew the name of I gave you enough to look it up. All you got to do is go to Google or whatever, type in Sherpa climbed 7 highest peaks in the world 1 month. It's a documentary. It's on Netflix. That's where I saw it. We're just laughing the whole fucking time. It's hysterical. Because this guy, like literally this guy, he shows up at Mount Everest on like Tuesday morning and he went up to the top and came back down and it's not even fucking lunchtime yet. And all these people are like, what the fuck did we just see? Like, they're just like, he's just like, yeah, I'm off to the next one. But then he went back up the fucking mountain because people were dying and he felt like he could go up there and help. So he actually climbed the fucking thing twice, but he didn't go all the way to the top the second time. And he still made it to the next mountain that he had to climb. And he climbed 7 of these fucking mountains in less time than it takes one of these white bastards to climb 1. He climbed 7 of them. And he was also the one that had to go up and put all the fucking ropes and the ladders and everything. He's the one who goes and does that shit. Fuck these fucking people, man. That's what I mean. I'm like, I wouldn't even want to do that. Like, I couldn't even, I mean, as fun as I like adventure, I like doing shit like that. I would love to go climb Mount Everest just to say I did it, but not like that. Not the shit show retarded ass fucking tourist trap it is now. It's fucking stupid. It's the mountains covered in piss and shit and dead bodies and garbage, and it's fucking stupid. It would not be fun at all to do that. Same thing with like Mount McKinley up in Alaska. It's just another, it wouldn't be fun because there's so many fucking people doing that they've ruined it. They've ruined that shit. I like to go places where there's not a bunch of assholes. Like going up to the Mount Everest base camp and then trying to hang out with all these fucking dickheads. That's like going to Jellystone Park when you want to go to a camp trip and you're surrounded by a bunch of fucking douchebags from the suburbs living in their fucking RVs running generators all night. And you just want to go fucking camp and have a good time and have a campfire and some peace and quiet. That's why I go to the National Forest. And if it's a holiday weekend, if it's the big 3, the corporate weekends, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day, I stay the fuck away from any place where these fucking dickwads from the suburbs are going to be setting up their RVs or their bullshit camping experiences. And I'll take a backpack and hike off into the fucking wilderness and camp for the weekend. Fuck all that. I don't want to be around those people. That's what that's what going to Mount Everest would be. You're just surrounded by a bunch of dickheads. Arguing with a bunch of fucking dickheads the whole time. You're not going to enjoy any of that shit. Get up to the top of the mountain so you can take a fucking selfie to put it on Instagram. And if you're a whore, you get up onto the top of Elvis and you pull your fucking snowsuit off so you can take a picture in a bikini and a thong. Put that shit on Instagram. Now, has anybody done that yet? Have we had a OnlyFans whore take herself up to the top of Mount Everest to take a selfie in a thong? Have we seen that one yet? I haven't seen that. I don't know if I've seen that one on Instagram yet. So there you go. There's something somebody could do. If I had tits and a pussy, which I don't. I mean, if I went up there and whipped out my dick on top of Mount Everest, no one's going to want to see that. No one's going to pay for that. But if I had tits and a pussy, I could put that picture on OnlyFans, make $10 million. One photo. Pay for my trip to Everest, buy a house, a fucking Ferrari. I'd probably buy a different brand of a car because Ferrari treats their customers like shit. But I'd buy something. I'd probably have a. I mean, if I was a chick, I don't know what I would do, but if I could sell them pictures of my cock like that, I'd just get a nice Jeep and a nice pickup truck and be done with it. Don't have to. I don't need no fancy sports car. Just want something rugged. When the shit goes down and it's the end of the world, a Ferrari ain't gonna get you out to the fucking woods to get away from the New World Order, but a souped-up Jeep and a beast mode pickup truck might do the job. When Mad Max, when the whole world is like Mad Max, a Jeep's gonna be better off for you than a fucking Ferrari. A Ferrari isn't even gonna get you out of your neighborhood when the road's covered in fucking shit and broken car parts and fucking dead bodies and whatnot, but a Jeep will just drive right over all that and get you where you got to go. Got bridge is gone because it got blowed up. Well, if it's not too deep, you could just drive your Jeep across that shit. Can't drive a Ferrari across that, but you can get across the river if it's, if the water's low enough. Done it. One time I almost did it and I had to back off because it was a little too muddy and I didn't want to get my Wrangler stuck in the middle of the Allegheny River. Because that would have been hard to explain. That would have been a little bit more than a AAA call to get my Jeep out of the middle of the fucking river. But if I wasn't alone, I probably would have done it because then, somebody else would have had a winch and we could have made it work. Can't do that in a sports car. So, you got to make your choices carefully these days. But yeah, what I also talked about how I was going to talk about making up stories, right? This will be the last thing I talk about tonight. How when you dwell on, I've had a pretty good week since you guys saw me last week. Pretty low anxiety, and it's been nice. I've actually kind of taken the time and I've taken a few days here and there to just relax. I'm still getting some things done on those days, but maybe not getting paid for those days. But I'm still doing productive things, researching stuff, and there's something else I could talk about there, but I guess it is part of this conversation. But I've been talking about how when you get all worked up about something that you're kind of like expecting the worst, right? For whatever reason sometimes, and I'm guilty of this a lot, something small, like during the show tonight, I saw that there was a phone call and I all of a sudden expected, I had to actually reverse look up the phone number while I was sitting here on the feed, on the stream, because I'm like, what the, I just like something about it didn't seem right. It's just spam. It says right there, potential spam. But I actually know who it was that called that time. When I reverse looked up the number, I could figure out what it was, and it's not a big deal. But I was telling you about how I got a weird phone call a couple of weeks ago, and I went down this rabbit hole of what it could be, and I was fucking terrified. Like, I had some major high level anxiety from that. A phone call that I've only got the call once. It didn't happen again. Nobody left a message. It was probably scam or a spam. But it rattled me. And I don't want to get into any more details than that, but it was, the fact of the matter was, I got a phone call from this number. And I did some sleuthing, trying to figure out what the fuck this was. I made phone calls and I talked to people, and I'm like, why are somebody from this number trying to call me right now? I wanted to head it off if there was trouble coming my way. And nothing came of it. That was 2 weeks ago. And the only fact was, I got a phone call from this number once. They didn't leave a message. The end. But believe me, I made up all this fucking bullshit in my head about what it could be. And it just snowballs. It's like you take that little snowball and you push it down the mountain, and it turns into a big giant avalanche that runs over the whole fucking village at the bottom of the mountain and flattens the whole place. Because, you know, a little snowball turns into a giant monster of an avalanche by the time it gets down to the bottom of the mountain, if you just let it roll like that. And so I did it again this week. Not at a high level, but I've every week that I talk about this subject, the next week I come up with another example of either something that happens that week, or my mind goes back further in the past to where I've done it in the past. And so this is like a problem for me that I have to work on. You know, and so I'm just telling you the ways that I'm dealing with it, because I'm definitely dealing with these things way better than I ever did in the past. Like, I can get over the anxiety a lot faster and just move on with my life on a regular basis when these things pop up. Quicker and faster and better than I ever have in my life, but it's still there and it's still happening. So like I said, I did it again. I won't share the details of this one to a degree, but I was in a situation in the last week where I found myself getting really worked up over a story that I made up around a certain event, where the facts were one thing. They were plain and simple, very, you know, fact 1, fact 2, fact 3. But then I made this elaborate story up around those facts and got myself all worked up and tied in knots in a very elaborate bullshit story. Being vague, basically somebody said they were going to do something last weekend and it didn't get done. And to be honest, I didn't even need that person to do it last weekend. It wasn't a big deal in the grand scheme of it all. I did need it to be done by the end of this week, but it didn't matter if it happened. It didn't matter if it could have been tomorrow and it would be fine. Could have been Friday. This was last weekend. And so then there was something else about it that got under my skin. I felt like I was being accused of something. And I don't think I even was, and I knew that I wasn't, but my mind was telling me that I am. And there's a little bit of basis that's grounded in a little bit of reality and some things that are going on. But it was like 90% story time and 10% fact that I'm basing this on. And so a couple of days go by and the thing still wasn't done. And so that bullshit story that I'm running in my head kept getting worse and more elaborate and more negative and more like everything's going to fall apart and blah, 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 blah. But I kept telling myself, I'm like, Adam, what's the actual, remember, this is the fact, A and B, and then you've got C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, V, W, X, Y, and Z. That's all bullshit that you've added to those facts. And now you're all worked up about it. And you're worked up about all the bullshit and not the actual facts. But you've come up with a reason to be all worked up and irritated about this that aren't even real. And so this is how I get over it, because you have to like figure that out. You got to realize that that's what you're doing. Whenever it would bother me, I had to keep putting it down, but you can't just turn it off. But you just focus on, okay, what's the actual fact of the matter? It's A, this other thing B. Here's something from the past that is playing into it that's causing me to think these things. But then the rest of it's just pure fiction that my mind is making up to get me prepared for the worst thing that could possibly happen. Because that's part of how my mind works. My mind tries to prepare me for the worst possible outcome in any situation so that I'm ready for it if it happens, but it doesn't even happen like 1% of the time. So what's the fucking point? And so that part of getting past all, but you can't just shut that off if that's what you do. But you can recognize it when you do it. And then you can start to take steps to say, okay, I can't stop myself from doing it, but I can recognize that I'm doing it, and just recognizing it and looking at it from that angle helps it go away. The anxiety goes down a lot when I just confront it for what it is. And I've been through some pretty traumatic shit since 2022. I mean, August 12th, 2022, until between then and today, the amount of fucking traumatic, crazy ass shit that would drive people to kill themselves, I've been dealing with on a regular basis. And so, like, to say that I've been, that I don't have a reason for the, like, PTSD or whatever you want to call it, like, the reason, it's there for a reason. Like, it was brought to me. Like, it's not like I don't have a reason for this. I definitely do. So anyway, in the end, the thing got done. Like, without me having to do anything, it was a couple days after the fact. It got done. The thing got done. No questions asked. Whatever I felt like I was being accused of, I wasn't. It just timing. Everybody was happy. Everybody's good. Everything fell into place and everything went smooth. And there was no reason for me to be irritated at all. Like, none. No reason whatsoever at all to be irritated about this. But my mind was just making up all this bullshit, trying to prepare for what someone's thinking, what someone's going to do, what's going to happen next, and this and that, and how that's going to affect this and that. And, I can spiral something I can roll that little snowball down the mountain and take some tiny little thing that's insignificant and turn it into, I'm going to be homeless again, and I'm going to be back in prison by the end of the fucking time that the snowball gets to the bottom of the mountain in my head. And part of that is that trauma, like, when you experience some of the shit and see the shit I've seen. Like, I watched a guy get fucking stabbed and go running across the fucking cell block trying to keep the organs from falling out of his fucking body by holding his hands over the holes, and parts of his body were falling out on the fucking floor. And I'm like, is that a fucking spleen? I don't even know what that is. And like, I mean, this is like, that was like a Tuesday. Like, this is the environment I'm in. I'm a mid-30s guy. Everybody, now, the first jail that I went to, everybody knew what I did because it was all over the TV news, and I was famous, and everybody knew, and I didn't have any problems. But then I go to this next jail. Nobody knows a fucking thing about me. I'm a middle-aged white guy. Well, obviously, he looks like he uses computers. He's a child molester. So every fucking day, I had to prove that I'm not a child molester. And be prepared to have people coming at me wanting to fucking kill me and stab me because I rape kids. And I'm like, no, you motherfucker. I don't rape kids. I threatened the FBI. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh, he's cool. And then they would leave me alone. So, and there were people that could back me up, and they're, like, just the further away from the event I got in the system, the less people I'm surrounded by knew what happened. And then it becomes harder and harder to deal with being a middle-aged white guy in prison who, the only reason middle-aged white guys go to prison is because they molested kids. you know, aside, you know, a lot of mass shootings and serial killers too, but not the places I was at. You know, if I was a serial killer, they would have kept me away from those populations for their safety, not my safety. Um, so anyway, I have reasons to be like, my mind just goes places that it shouldn't go based on the tiniest little information. And it happens all the time. And but then, like I said, the thing I was all worked up about, because I got always find something. That thing will end, and then I'll be like, "Oh, what about this? Here's something to worry about. Here's something to get all worked up about." I'll just latch onto that. And I probably did that a few times in the last few days, but insignificant enough that I don't need to talk about it. I did it last night. I know a specific thing I did last night. I was expecting an email that didn't come at the time that it normally comes. And so I had to log in to make sure everything was okay on this thing. And it all went through and everything was fine this morning. And so somebody, I think it was JS, I don't remember, somebody last week in the live stream said that, paraphrased, I'm not using your exact words here, but said, you know, it only takes your mind being right one time to give yourself that confirmation bias that you need to believe the stories that you make up every time you make up the story about what could go wrong. Because it happened that one time, right? And so some of us, you develop this bias of always preparing for the worst possible outcome. And so that in some twisted way that you're prepared for the worst when the worst happens, even if the worst only happens like once out of 500 times. Because sometimes the worst, I mean, the worst happened to me. Who goes to bed on a Friday night thinking the FBI is going to drive a tank into your fucking house? That wasn't on my bingo card Friday night when I went to bed. I thought if for a mean tweet, I thought if I was going to be dealing with federal agents coming to my house, that would be like a couple of fucking dudes with a badge shows up and knocks on the door and says, "Hey, we need to have a talk with you. Did you post this crazy ass shit?" And blah blah blah. And they're gonna scare you and tell you, you better keep your mouth shut, or we're gonna have problems. And then they go away, and then you keep your mouth shut. Not, we're gonna drive a fucking tank through your front door, guns blazing, ready to kill you and your 12-year-old son and take you to fucking prison for 2 fucking years. No, that wasn't on my bingo card that night. So now like my mind goes to the worst thing. Okay, think about, I came up with this analogy when you fly. If you ever fly, I mean, how many of you, I'm sure a lot of you have flown on a commercial airline before. When you're coming in for a landing in an airplane, do you brace yourself? Do you white knuckle the fucking armrests on the chair? Even if you fly a lot, do you get white knuckle on the chair and grab onto that shit and embrace for that landing when you're coming down to the ground, right? I have, especially if the weather's bad and you can't see a goddamn thing and the cloud cover is thick and the plane's shaking from the turbulence, or the wind is blowing the plane this way and that, and you still can't see the ground you're like, how the fuck does the pilot even know what the fuck's going on? How do they see? And they're probably just using the instrument, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. And you don't know, you can't even see the ground. You don't know when it's coming. You don't know. And the planes, like I said, the plane's lurching around, and there's been a few rough landings that probably aren't that rough for the pilots because they do it a million times. But there has been a few times in an airplane ride where I've been like, holy shit, the plane got thrown around a little bit with some some crazy shit. But like I said, to the pilots and the stewardess and whatever, it's just another Tuesday. Commercial flights are extremely safe. They have a successful landing rate of about 99.999%. A fatal crash rate of, I don't even know how many, like it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 decimal places, 0.00001%. That's not a tenth, that's 10th, 100th, 1000th, 10,000th. That's like 1/100,000th. 1 out of 100. That's like, I think that's 1 out of 100,000 flights. Oh, to put it simply, for every 1 million flights, every 1 million times a plane comes in for a landing, 999,990 of those land safely. And less than 1 out of a million, less than 1 ends with a fatal crash. So 999,990, that means 10 of them have a problem and only 1 of them has a fatal crash out of a million flights. So technically you have a better chance of surviving a fucking airplane ride than driving to the grocery store, for real. Like you have a higher chance of dying every time you get in your fucking car and go get groceries at the grocery store and come back home than you do flying around in an airplane. But most of us are more conditioned to be fearful of flying and not afraid at all to drive a car somewhere. I'm not afraid to drive anywhere. I prefer to drive. I hate flying so much that I would, if I had to go to California tomorrow, I would rather drive than fly, even though it takes longer, it costs more in gas, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I would always choose driving over flying every single time. And not just because of, like, I'm not that afraid of flying. I just don't like airports, and I don't like the experience of flying at all. Like the being herded around like cattle, and they treat you like fucking dog shit at every fucking turn. I hate the whole experience around flying. I used to like flying a lot more before 9/11, but when they started with the Patriot Act and the fucking TSA, and they just kept making it worse, and then the naked body scanners, and they just treat you like fucking shit when you fly. And I just don't want it. They treat you like shit at every fucking stage of the thing. They treat you like shit at the ticket counter. They treat you like shit when you buy the ticket. They treat you like shit when you're in line. They treat you like shit when you get on the plane. They treat you like shit after you're on the plane. While you're flying, they treat you like shit. When you get off the plane, they treat you like shit. They treat you like shit at the baggage counter. They treat you like shit when you get to the car rental. They treat you like shit every fucking step of the way until you're away from the airport. You're being treated like total fucking trash. And I just don't understand why people put up with it. But I would rather row a fucking rowboat from San Francisco. I'd rather ride a bicycle to San Francisco, get on a fucking rowboat, and row across the ocean to Hawaii like that chick did, than fly there. And there you go. Maybe I could be the first American man to ride a bicycle from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean, get in a rowboat, and go across the ocean to Hawaii under my own power. Maybe I could do something else. Maybe I could do like a bike, boat, walk, and swim combo or something, some weird ass shit like that. Like, as long as Canada is not involved, because I'm not allowed to go there again, but maybe Mexico or something. I don't know. Like, why not? Like, give me money. I'll do it. Give me money. Roll the fucking dice. Like, take bets on whether I'm going to live or die. Put it up on Kashi or whatever that stupid ass betting site is where people bet on everything. Put money on whether I live or die and make it, as long as I get paid, I don't give a shit. I'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow I will do it. True, but if JS says true, but if a plane is crashing, there's no chance of surviving. I survived 2 car crashes in my life, so my bias is toward driving. You can survive it, but people do survive plane crashes. What about that fucking dude that crashed the plane in the middle of the Hudson River and everybody lived? I mean, people do. Sometimes people do survive the plane. Look at the plane crash where the people crashed on the plane in the Andes Mountains, and then they had to eat the dead bodies to not die. And then some of the people had to take human meat and put it in a fucking satchel, probably made from the skin of the dead bodies, and put it in a little bag and hike through the fucking Andes Mountains to find, because nobody was gonna come find them trapped on top of the fucking mountain, and people survived that shit. Some people survived. Not all of them, but some of them survived. That's a pretty wild story. I've talked about that I've used that as an example on this channel before, and I mean, there's some pretty serious, you can get pretty fucked up in a car crash. But I'm not afraid to drive a car anywhere. I have no fear of driving or being in a car or any of that. I mean, I've done some pretty dumb shit in my day as a driver that I would never do now. But when you're 20 years old, your fear of death is not the same as it is when you're 50. And your level of like, wow, that was really dumb. I had one friend, we used to call him what the fuck is that guy on Duck? Yeah, we used to call him Launchpad McQuack, because his fucking car would end up in the fucking Erie Canal every time he'd get a fucking car, because he'd go flying down this one road too fast and end up upside down in the fucking canal. And he fucking crashed every fucking car his parents ever gave him. When we were like 18 years old. I know that he would never do anything like that now, and he probably looks back at that time of his life going, wow, what a fucking dumbass I was. But that was when we were 18. And I did plenty of shit. But I still don't have fear of driving. Probably partly because of the crazy shit I didn't die from when I was young, that I would never even attempt now. But anyway, like I was talking about, part of the breaking out of this negative way of thinking that robs me of my energy, that robs you of your energy, is to recognize it, bring it to your attention when you see it happening, when you feel that knot in your stomach. Feel it, like let it be there, because it's going to be there. Don't fight it. You can't just shut it off, but really be aware of it. Say the words out loud, whatever. Acknowledge what you're actually nervous about, what you're afraid of, what you're all wound up about, what you're pissed off about, angry about, whatever it is. Say it out loud, even if nobody's around, just so that your conscious mind registers it and it's no longer tucked away in the subconscious, but you've clarified and openly said, talk to God about whatever it is that's got you in a knot, that's got you all balled up. And then sit down and say, okay, what's actually going on here? Here's this fact. This thing was supposed to happen on this day and it didn't. And it means 150 different things. But at these 150 things that it means are just bullshit that I'm making up in my own head about it, that may or may not be true. And that's the part that starts to help you, because then all of a sudden you realize it's like, well, the fact is this and that, and that's all the facts are. And the rest of it is 150 things that I came up with as what those two facts mean. And I'm just making up a bunch of bullshit. Like, that's not even enough to convict somebody of a crime. There's a lot of reasonable doubt here, but my mind is fixated on guilty, guilty, guilty because of two facts. I'm basically the prosecutor in a shitty case with no evidence, trying to use two facts to come up with this whole fucking story that's bullshit and not true. And then you can even look for things to prove that you're wrong. Look for examples from the past when you were all worked out about the same thing, and look at how that turned out, and it was nothing. Look for the evidence of the current situation that can point to, like, you actually have nothing to worry about. Like, there's times where I get all worried about my money situation for obvious reasons, because I'm fucking broke. I don't have tits and a vagina to sell on OnlyFans. So I got to work and do a fucking job or something, you know, to make money. And that doesn't pay as well as shaking tits in an ass for 10 seconds on Instagram, as we saw tonight. And so money gets tight, and then I get all fucking freaked out about it. So one of the things that I have to do, I started doing it today, but not because of the knots in my stomach, but because of I don't want to let it go too long. I have to sit down and go through every account and every bill and track it and put it in a system so that, and I guarantee you, I 100% can tell you every single time I do that, when I'm all worked up about money and I'm all tight and I'm all got a knot in my stomach and I don't know how I'm going to survive and how am I going to pay my rent and how am I going to survive and how am I going to keep myself from being homeless again and blah, 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 and all the shit that I talk. Okay, sit down and fucking do the numbers and actually look at everything. And it might suck, but I can tell you every single time I have done this since the day I came home from prison, I knew this would be important when I came home from prison. That's why I started it right away. Like the day I came home, one of the first things I did when I sat in front of a computer with my fucking psychotic nut job ex-girlfriend screaming at me all fucking day and night about what a lazy piece of shit I am and what a worthless scumbag and all this other fucking shit she kept throwing at me. But with all that in the background, I had to sit down and make a system. I literally made my own accounting software because I was broke and I couldn't afford accounting software, but I knew I had to keep track of my money tightly. More now than at any point in my fucking life. And I had to come up with a system that worked. So I know exactly where every penny goes and what is due. And like, I needed to be systematic about this. It doesn't mean that like my shit is together. It's not. My shit is a fucking mess. But I know exactly how much of a mess it is. Like down to the penny. And the point is, every time I do that, I do it like every 2 weeks. Sometimes I rarely go a month. I would say 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks I sit down and do this. And it takes an hour or two if I do it that often. And whenever I'm done, I have an accounting tool and I have some spreadsheets in Google Docs. And whenever I look at the one spreadsheet that basically shows me the big picture, here are the bills that are due this month. Here's what's left. Here's how much rent is on the first of the month. Here's how much you got. Here's how much is coming in. Here's where you're at. By the end of the month, if everything goes smooth, this is how much you have left. And every time I do that, the picture always looks better than whatever I had in my head leading up to that. And so whatever stress I was under goes down by like 10 levels. If there's 30 levels of stress and I'm at a 25, I'll be at like a 10 or a 15 after I do that. And then I see where everything actually is and what it, you know, I've got some wiggle room and it's not as bad as I think. You know, if I just wait an extra week to pay that bill, I'll, you know, I'm juggling. You know, it's not like it's a juggling act and it's like I'm part magic and bullshit and prayers and other things, but it always shows me that things aren't as bad as I thought. I've never looked at that fucking shit after sitting down to do that. Since the day I came home from prison, not one time have I ever looked at that and felt worse after doing that than I did before doing it. And usually the longer I wait, a week, no big deal. 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Oh my God, I'm in panic attack mode after 3 weeks because my mind is worked up about all the money and I'm freaking out and I don't know how is everything going to work out? I don't fucking know. I don't even, this is the month. This is where it all falls apart, blah, blah, blah. And then I force myself to sit down and actually look at it for what it is. And at the end of that, I'm like, oh, I guess it wasn't that bad. Oh, I forgot about this. And oh, I got this money coming in. And oh, I can pay that bill late. That's not a big deal. There's a $10 late fee, whatever, you know, like I can work it all out. Sometimes I got to make a special spreadsheet as like the crisis mode. Here's what I got to do to get through the next 6 days. Bang, 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 bang. But then it all just like, okay, I can be like, I figured it out. I don't like living like that. I do not like living like this at all. But it is what it is. I mean, you come home from federal prison and you're a piece of shit ex-con scumbag that everybody fucking hates and wants you to fuck off and die and be homeless and be a fucking loser for the rest of your life. You're up against a lot of shit. And it makes things in a shit economy that we live in right now. Like, I couldn't have picked a better economy to come home from prison to than I did. Like, I think the economy of the United States has never been this bad in my entire life. And now I'm a piece of shit ex-con with a criminal record that everybody thinks is a scumbag who should just fuck off and die and be broke and homeless for the rest of his life because you didn't get punished enough by going to prison for 2 years for a mean tweet. You need to suffer for the rest of your life, you fucking scumbag. And that's 80% of the population feels that way. And so I got to deal with that on top of the bad economy. And so there I am making up some more bullshit stories, right? I mean, what I just fucking did is part of, like, is that a fact? Or is that just shit that's in my head? The fact is that I have applied to 1,000 jobs and can't get a fucking job out of it. That's a fact, 100%. I was tracking it. Finally, I just said, fuck it, I'm not tracking this anymore because it's too depressing. I got to like 900 on the counter and I fucking quit counting. But I've applied to at least 100 more. I've applied to over 1,000 jobs, 100% for sure. That's a fact. But on top of the fact, the bullshit story, and the fact is I have a criminal record, and the fact is, some of the other things are facts. But we are in a shit economy where I see people with no criminal record, with stellar work performances and a solid career, losing their jobs and applying to 3,000 jobs and not being able to find a job. I've seen this one guy on YouTube. He said he's applied to 3,000 jobs and he still can't get a job. I know a guy who just lost his job and they're going to have to sell their house and probably be broke. And the fucking head gasket just blew on his pickup truck and hasn't had work for 6 months. Or I don't know. I don't think it's been 6 months, but he got fired for being like over 50 in tech as a software engineer. Probably got replaced by some piece of shit from India with an H-1B visa for a third of the price. And they kicked him to the curb because he's, old and good at his job. And so that's what happens right now. He doesn't have a criminal record. He doesn't have the problems I have. So it's like, should I just shut the fuck up and stop making up these bullshit stories and just stick with the facts once again, right? This is me doing it in front of you guys because you just watched me make up a bunch of bullshit. So I'm going to do this all fucking day, but I have to do what I just did all day too and stay, Adam, shut the fuck up. Just take action. So the thing that happened to me this week, I know I'm over time, but whatever. People are still here. We're still hanging out. I might just, like, with the live stream, I might just cap it. I might do less live streams, but make them long. And then do short videos about some of these topics and keep them 10 to 20 minutes. So that's my goal right now for YouTube. So once again, instead of just making up a bunch of bullshit that may or may not be true, YouTube shadow banned me, blah, 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 this and that, crybaby, this, that, the other thing. I've got ideas of what to do to change things so that I'm not doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result on YouTube. And so I went through this shit last weekend, like I was talking about, making something happened or didn't happen that was supposed to happen, and then I made up a bunch of bullshit in my head as to why. and what it's going to lead to and all this and that, and a big fucking snow, and got all worked up and irritated over nothing. Then the thing happened, but it was a day later. But it happened without me having to say anything. It just got done. It just got done a day later. And everything's fine. And there was nothing to be fucking worked up about. And everybody's happy and everybody's cool and nobody's mad. And so, but part of that is a cyclical thing that keeps happening that is getting under my skin a little bit. And it's not like I'm not mad at anybody. It's not like that. I'm mad at myself, if anything. And so I took some time, it was yesterday, to not only make a plan for how to fix this problem, but to start doing, I did research. I didn't do any actual stuff, but I did a lot of homework and research, which is part of the fucking project when you do this kind of stuff that I do. I did a lot of homework and research and dug deep into how to get this thing done that I've been putting off for a long time and what to do next. And probably that's the direction God wants me to go. And like JS says, it's confirmation bias. If you apply to 900 jobs and get rejected 900 times, you're going to assume that you'll get rejection on the 901 application. Yeah. And I mean, it's just like trying to pick up chicks at the bar. If you go up to 50 girls and they slap you in the face and nobody goes home with you that night from the bar, it takes some balls of steel to go up to girl number 51 and ask her out or give her a pickup line or flirt with her. that takes some steel. That takes, like, you just have to not give a fuck at that point. And those are the guys that always get laid, because they are the guy that can go up and get slapped in the face 50 fucking times, but girl number 51's like, all right, I'll go home with you tonight. Did you lose? It's the guy that gives up after getting slapped in the face 49 times that goes home with no pussy. Right? It's the same thing with a job. So, yeah, I mean, I have taken a break because getting rejected 1,000 times fucking sucks. And I'm getting paid to do this, that, and the other thing. And I'm feeling like maybe God's trying to tell me something. Maybe God doesn't want me to do this shit anymore. And I never liked it in the first place. I was making 150 grand a year to be fucking miserable all the time and hate my life. So maybe there's something else I should be doing. I don't know. There's a million different things going through my head on this. But I'm not just going to quit. So I got irritated. Like I said, I got irritated last weekend about something. It was work related. It wasn't a big deal. Like I said, it was nothing. I made up a bunch of bullshit about it that wasn't true. And it wasn't true. And it's fine. But I'm mad at myself for a certain situation that keeps... I feel like I'm in Groundhog Day right now. I'm Bill Murray. The alarm clock goes off and it's the same goddamn day that it was yesterday. It's Groundhog Day every time I wake up, and I'm like, when the fuck does it get to be February fucking 3rd? Like, that's where I'm at. But they also say when you keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect a different result, that's the definition of insanity. And so I have to do something different. And so I finally, like yesterday... the irritation, the story, the bullshit I made up in my head was enough of a motivator for me yesterday to actually make a plan to do something. Now, making a plan and actually doing something are two different things, but I did enough homework. I think I wrote down I worked 4 hours on research for that project that I got to get done. And then I talked to a friend of mine about something. I had an idea and I wanted to run it past a friend to see if it was viable or not. And it seems good. It'll cost me some money, but it might actually be what I have to do. Like, sometimes you got to spend money to make money. And by talking to this friend and getting some positive feedback about my thoughts on the subject because I'm kind of stuck somewhere. And I've been a freelancer before, and I got stuck in the same place as a freelancer in my past life. And I guess I can talk about that part of it. I basically need somebody to help do marketing and sales who would be willing to work for not a lot of money, but only for like maybe 4 to 6 hours in a week and like 10% commission on deals that get closed. And I'll close the deals. I just need somebody who can bring people in the door. While if I'm busy working 40 to 60 hours a week on people's projects, I don't got time to go out and also do all the fucking sales and all the bullshit like that. And that's what happened when I freelanced back in the day. It's called the feast famine cycle. It's common freelancers. I would be so busy. I'd be working 100 hours a week for 2-3 months straight, making money. But then I'd get caught up on my work. And all of a sudden, I'd literally wake up on a Wednesday morning and have nothing to do. All my projects are done. The invoices are out. Maybe I've been paid. Maybe I'm still waiting. But the work is done. And now I got nothing to do. And I work for myself. So it's not like I'm getting paid. I only get paid when I work. And so now I got to start doing marketing. I got to send emails. I got to cold call. I got to go out and meet people. I got to hand out business cards. I got to talk to people. I got to try and find new clients, new business, new work to do. And sometimes I could go 2 months without working, without getting paid. And now I got to live off the money that I made when I was working 100 hours a week for 2-3 months and stretch that shit out until I get more paid work. Maybe a client, maybe a client that I have that gives me regular work, but maybe there's 2 months where I don't work for them. So I got to find something to do during those 2 months where I'm not busy. That's when I go out and start doing sales and going to, events, meeting people, shaking hands, all the political stuff, all that stuff. And I always thought my biggest mistake when I was a freelancer back then is that I didn't get somebody involved with helping me sell. And so if I can find somebody who can spend 4 to 6 hours a week sending emails, calls, research, find people who might be interested, talk to people, shake hands, communicate, get people interested in reaching out to me with a project who would be willing to work for, whatever it is per hour, whatever we come up with. Because I don't want to just I don't want to be like commission only, because that's not motivating. Because somebody might do it for a couple of weeks, and if they're not getting paid and they find out that, it's not super easy to get sales, but, a $2,500 project, a $5,000 project, a $10,000 project, 10% can add up. So like a commission based with a little bit of pay for it to be worth, but somebody who's got a few hours a week to fuck around, not like I don't have the ability to pay somebody full time for that because I'm not making that money. Okay, fine. A year or two go by. Maybe I am. Maybe that's a different story. Maybe I can get an office somewhere and actually have a few people working together. But for now, it's just me. But so I was kind of like thinking that through. And I had a friend of mine that I was saying, hey, what would you think if I was like, would you be interested? I said, I think you would be good at that. Would you be interested? She's like, if I didn't have this other thing going on, fuck yeah. Is kind of what she said. And she's like, even if I can't, I know people who would be good at that. And I can connect you with those people and I said, okay, then that means I've got to do this, that, and the other thing. I got to put my ducks in a row because I'm not going to come at somebody and want somebody to help me. If I'm not, I've got things I've got to do first before to make that person's job easy to support. I got to be able to support that person to do the job I'm asking them to do. Like, trust me, brah, is not enough. You know what I mean? Like, I got to put some shit together, and that's what it boils down to. But it gave me the motivation and a target to be like, okay, you got to get this shit done. Because when I used to freelance, I had a big client. And it was 80% of my business every year. For 6 fucking years, it was 80% of my income came from one client. And the remaining 20% of my annual money came from anywhere from 15 to 20 clients. 15 to 20 customers accounted for 20% of my business, and one client accounted for 80% of the money I would make every year. And I fucking hated that, and I tried to fix it. And I'm not going to get rid of the 80% client, but I needed to get like 2 more of those clients so that it was, you know, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. And then I could get a nice office somewhere, hire a couple people to help me get, you know, that would be some real fucking money right there. That's like OnlyFans money at that point. Like that's actually, I could, with, if I had 3 clients like that, I would have been making more money per month than selling my tits and pussy on OnlyFans. About twice as much. That would have been fucking phenomenal. But because I'm a solo guy in a one-person shop, landing a big fish like that is difficult. And the only reason I had that big fish account is because I became friends with somebody very high up in the company, like one office away from the CEO's desk, before I ever did freelance for them. So he already knew me and he hired me to do a couple of things, and it turned into a 6-year thing. Then the guy dropped dead of a heart attack on a random Saturday, and I lost my entire fucking business as a result because 80% of my fucking income came from that one guy at that company. And so now I'm kind of like, I don't want to fall into that trap again. And so like that's scary. That's very scary, especially now. It's a whole different world now. But I don't want to like, but if I increase the amount of work that I'm doing, I also have to like, I'm going to have to get other people involved in getting the work done. And that's a whole nother. But I said, look, if I can get somebody to help out with sales and I get so fucking bogged down with work that I can't get it done, that's a problem I'd rather have than, you know, being homeless and broke because I can't get any work. So if that's the, and people don't do background checks. People aren't doing a criminal background check to hire me to do marketing work and shit for them. They're just, they want to get to know me. They want to meet me. They like, that's a human being connection there. The only reason I can't get a job is because some piece of shit scumbag in HR looks me up on a computer and sees, oh, he's got a black mark. We won't hire him. No, we don't want to meet him. No, we don't want to talk to him. No, we don't want to know anything about him or hear his side of the story. We made a decision before we know anything about this guy because he's obviously a piece of shit. That's how HR works. So that's why I can't get a job. Every single time I've been rejected for a job, it's because a bunch of people wanted to hire me and some dickhead in HR said no, who never met me, never talked to me, never fucking heard anything about me or my side of the story other than what came up when they did the background check and made up their own mind about what a piece of shit I am and we can't have some scumbag like that working for us. Even though I had convinced all the people that wanted, that were the the people I'd actually be working with were all on board and knew the whole story because I told them. So that's the environment. That is a factual situation. That the only way, I mean, the bakery job, that's a fluke. I think I got hired because I was a guy. Can you lift heavy things? All right. That interview was fast. It was like 30 seconds. Can you lift heavy stuff? Do you know how to work in a kitchen? Yes. All right. When can you start? How about Wednesday? All right. See you then. That was my interview. But other than that, no. I don't know what would happen. Obviously, if they'd done a background check, they probably would have said no. And now I've been there long enough to know people and to work with them and to have good rapport. So even if I don't talk about this shit there, but if they found out, I don't think they would send me packing. Anyway, like other examples of this, getting all wound up, making up stories. I was talking about relationships. Like if you're a simp, we're talking about OnlyFans. Well, if you're a simp or if you're needy, whether you're a guy or a girl or boyfriend, girlfriend, and you get all wound up because he or she hasn't replied to your text message in an hour. Even if that person responds to you, normally they respond to you quickly, but now you've sent a text and you didn't hear from them in an hour. I know people who get all worked up about that shit. Couple of days, okay, maybe, but it depends. It all depends on your situation and how long you've been together and, what stage of your relationship you're in and all that. But if you are feeling like you're getting needy and you're all wound up because she hasn't texted you back, and you start going through all the reasons it has you worked up, like acknowledge it, like talk to yourself, like, oh, I guess she's not into me anymore, or oh, I guess she's out there cheating on me, or maybe she got into a car accident, or maybe she thought the joke or the meme that I sent her was offensive and she doesn't want to talk to me now. If actually the meme one is real. I was having a good conversation with a chick that I really had just started dating and didn't, you know what I mean? I was like the cool test. I didn't know, like, how far can I go? I feel like I can be myself with her. How far can I really be myself with her? Could I show her my YouTube channel and let her watch some of my videos and hear the shit that comes out of my mouth? Or do I got to pretend I'm somebody else? Are we still in the pretending stage right now? Still got to get my claws into her before she finds out who I really am, right? So I sent this girl a meme, probably something really fucking offensive and, distasteful, like, rolling the dice, right? And then poof, she's gone. No fucking response after we've been going back and forth for an hour or two. And I'm like, shit. And then I'm beating myself up. I'm like, oh man, you shouldn't have sent that. You went too far. And a little bit paranoid, right? And I'm like, man, maybe. And I'm like, well, I wanted to. Then I was about to follow it up, and then I'm like, no, Adam, don't fucking text. No, don't double text. Don't send two. Don't send two texts. That the meme was bad enough. Don't make it worse. Just let it sit. I made up my mind to let it sit for a day. Like 24 hours. If I don't hear back, I'll figure out some sort of pickup line. I'll think of some smart ass thing to say if 24 hours goes by and I don't hear back from this chick. So next day, I'm going about my life and I get this text message, LMFAO, exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. Oh my God, that's hysterical. That's so fucking funny, blah, blah, exclamation, exclamation. Oh my God, I'm sharing this with everybody. Fucking yay, dude. That's so fucking great. Oh my God, I fell asleep last night and that's the first thing I saw when I woke up. Ha, 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 ha. And now I'm like, fuck yeah. It wasn't an offensive meme. She loved it. We're like this now. We're like, she passed the cool test and everything. If she can read, if she's not offended, if she's laughing at me, thanking me for sending her that meme, it's like we're basically soulmates now. Fuck, I can say whatever I want now. And so how much of a dumbass idea would that have been the night before if I'm like, oh shit, like send another text after the meme that I thought pissed her off? She fell asleep. She fell asleep. It was late. It was probably like 11 o'clock. I don't know. And I just decided, I'm like, Adam, don't fuck this up any more than you have. Let it sit. Let it sit. And then I find out that it was like the best thing I could have done. And here I am the whole night going, oh man, you shouldn't have sent that meme. That's like a stage 3. You should have sent like level 2 before you went all in on a level 3 meme. Like go to my meme collection. If you go to the pinned links there, you can click on Meme Team 6. I mean, you can. I mean, there's different levels of shit going on in there. That's all I'm saying. And I went like to the top level and sent this to this chick, and I'm like, fuck it, let's see what happens. You're gonna have to do it someday. May as well be now. She's gonna have to find out who you really are. Like any girl that meets me now, eventually she's gonna stumble onto my YouTube channel. It's not like I pretend that that's not. If my YouTube channel just magically disappears one day, you can just chalk it up to Adam must have met a girl and he doesn't want her to know who he really is. That's probably what happened. Or either that, or Adam's trying to get a job and he's got to be LinkedIn friendly. But I'm at the point I wouldn't do that. I'd be more likely to shut it down because I'm trying to impress a girl. And I honestly, I'm not even I would never even do that at this point in my life because I don't give any fucks about it anymore. She's either going to like me for who I am or not. I'm not going to hide it. But it's all just, yeah, not only was that meme a winner, and I'm getting like thumbs up and congratulations and LMFAO and all that, when I was like, maybe I went too far. Well, now I'm like, shit, I can go a lot farther than that. I could go to a level 10. I'd give her the whole shebang. The whole Meme Team 6 collection can go her way now. Because I know I can say whatever the fuck I want to this girl and she's not going to care. We're on the same team. We're both on Meme Team 6. That's where I'm at. That's what I need to find. And I don't got time for fucking bullshit. That's what I did on Bumble when I met my last one. I changed my profile to be this obnoxious fucking... The way I wrote my profile was extremely obnoxious. And basically, I went from going on a lot of dates to going 2 to 3 months without even getting a match. But when I did get a match, and I did go out on a date, we were like already best friends because of the obnoxious shit that I put in my profile that drove 19 out of 20 women away. But the one that came in, I was already like, yeah, we're already going to get along great because we're talking. And she already saw the shit I said there. So she's obviously on my team. And we're going to, like, I don't have to dance around some fucking bullshit. I went out on this one fucking, I can't do this again. I went out on a date once with a girl. And, we got to talking and she's like, oh, like she caught me this fucking attitude. And she's like, oh, so I guess you're carrying a gun. And I'm like, no, I'm not carrying a gun. I'm carrying 2. She was like, what the fuck? And she got all fucking mad. And I'm like, yeah, I got one in my hip holster. I got the 45 there. And I got a 380 on my ankle holster down there because I don't feel like carrying extra magazines. So if 7 rounds ain't enough from the hip, I got 7 more on my ankle that'll do the job. Just in case. We don't know what the fuck's going to happen tonight. Look at the world we live in. And she was so fucking mad. But she was like, I'm going to cop. She was a liberal. And so I had to go out on a fucking date with this fucking liberal bitch and then find out, no, she's copping me an attitude now. Also, so I guess you're carrying a gun. And I just was like, oh, bitch. No, I'm not carrying a gun. I'm carrying 2. Like, she was not expecting that shit to come out of my mouth. I'm not carrying a gun. I'm carrying 2. But I had a hip and an ankle. It's just, I don't even know. I did not always leave the house rocking 2 guns on the hip and the ankle. But I was just, why not? I can. Why does a dog lick his own balls? Because he can. Why were you carrying 2 guns? Because I can. There's no law saying I can't. I had a concealed carry permit. That one's concealed. The other one's concealed. If I could fit 3 guns on, I would have had 3 guns. If I could make them fit. But that would have been uncomfortable. It was already uncomfortable enough as it was. But so I had to go on dates like that. Oh, I guess you're carrying a gun. No, I'm carrying 2 guns, bitch. Fuck you. One gun. Oh, a gun. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm one of those guys that just walks around with 1 gun. Uh huh. No, I'm carrying 2. You're perfectly safe. Well, then she did say some shit when I was walking her to her car that she's like, well, at least I feel safe being with a guy who's carrying 2 guns. And she was like laughing about it and such. And I'm like, yeah, like, all right, go home to your fucking, make sure you find a guy who's a transgender pussy next time you want to go out on a date who can't defend you if shit goes down. Because that's what you're looking for. We're not going out again. Not after that. But I had to go on dates like that. And finally I was just like, you know what? Fuck this shit. I get out my profile and I just put the most obnoxious, like me on my YouTube channel straight up. I was just like, I have screenshots somewhere in my archives from back. I can find it. But it was during the COVID scam. So a lot of girls were on the dating apps with masks. Like they're putting up pictures on the dating app wearing a fucking mask, holding up their vaccine cards to the camera, saying obnoxious shit like, if you're not vaccinated, go fuck yourself. If you voted for Trump, fuck you, and all this other stuff. And so I doubled down and did one twice as obnoxious as these fucking cunts. And like I said, the number of matches that I would get, the number of dates I was going on went to like nothing. When I would meet women regularly, but they were all crap. And I'm like, I'm going on these fucking dates with a bunch of fucking dumb cunts that I can't stand and don't want anything to do with. I would rather not. I'll change this up so that the only ones that will want to meet me, we already know we're on the same level. And it worked. Quality over quantity is the game I started to play. And it's like that with work. Like, maybe instead of going after applying to 1,000 fucking jobs, it's more like I've got to just be myself, put it out there. That way, when I do get a job, when I do get clients, we're already cool. We're already going to get along. And that's how it's been. That's kind of how it's been. And so I just have to embrace that more instead of like. And so anyway, I've got a plan. I've got a plan. I've got some. I know I can get from point A to Z with some work. It's like I don't know how to fit the time in. Like that's stressing me out more than anything. Because I do need a day or two a week to just veg out and relax. I can't work 100 hours a week. Life's not worth it. I got to figure some shit out. I got to figure out how to get enough going on that I don't have to go to that bakery anymore, because that's a big energy suck for me. I worked Saturday and Monday at the bakery because somebody asked me to work on Saturday. I did it as a favor for somebody I like. I was just like, yeah, I'll do it. I don't want to, but I'd make more money sitting at home working than going there. But okay, fine, I'll do it. It was fine. It wasn't a big deal. I got to hang out with somebody there that I like, and we had a good time and joked around and had a good time, and it wasn't a bad day. But when I came home, I was exhausted. And but every week, this is why I can keep talking about this subject of anxiety, because every week I'll find a reason to have something stressing me out and make up a bunch of bullshit stories about it. I can tell you that, maybe I'd say like 1/3 of the time I do it, problems that get resolved, maybe stressful, maybe at a cost of financial cost that sucks, like a car problem. Maybe another third of them get resolved without anything stressful at all. And it was all in my head and it was all bullshit. And then like the remaining 1/3 of them were complete and total bullshit, not even worth thinking about, let alone having any stress at all about. Like, seriously, they were complete nothing burgers. More of a nothing burger than a QAnon prediction about who's going, when Jeffrey Epstein's clients are going to the tribunals. That's more likely to happen than the shit I spent 1/3 of my time worrying about. You know what I mean? Like, basically, it's never going to happen. Why were you worried about it? So, I got another random one. We're going on 4 hours. I told this story before. I'm on probation, and part of my court order for probation was to get a mental health evaluation. And a lot of people, I said that I shared this when I was homeless with people, and a lot of people were very fucking, a lot of the trolls on this channel that I've since gotten rid of, where they were very upset that the psychiatrist said that there was nothing wrong with me mentally and that I did not deserve to be put in a straitjacket and sent to a mental institution, when 75% of the comments on that video were angry people that were hoping I would be put in a straitjacket and sent to a mental ward. And that's I say all the time, a lot of the reason why people were watching the channel when I was homeless is because people watch NASCAR to watch cars crash. They don't watch NASCAR to watch hillbillies drive around in a circle all day. They're waiting for a fucking car crash. They want to see someone burn. They want to see someone catch on fire and burn alive. They want to see someone fly out the fucking window of the car and get run over. For me, they were like, oh, he's a homeless guy who did something stupid. Oh, give it some time. A month from now, he'll be living under a bridge sucking dick for crack rocks, and we're going to be here to watch. And then when it didn't happen, they're like, fuck this guy, we're done. I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch this guy get his shit together. So that was a part of it. So anyway, I had to do court order. I had to go to a mental health evaluation. I didn't schedule it right away. Why? Well, because I'm fucking homeless and I got other shit going on. So no, it was not high on my priority list when I became homeless. But eventually the probation officer told me I had to get it done. He's like, I need you to make that appointment and let me know when that appointment's going to be. Like, he wasn't like a dick about it, but he kind of was. But he kind of like in that, you need to get this done attitude. You know what I mean? Like, don't put it off. Quickest appointment I could get was a month and a half away. He was like, okay, I guess it is what it is. So it was a month and a half I had to wait for this appointment. And the day came. And I had no money. I'm fucking homeless. I don't know how I'm going to pay for this. I was worried that I was going to go into a fucking room with a government spook, like they give the patsies and like the JFK assassination or the Unabomber or the Timothy McVeigh or the Boston Marathon bombers, or the psychiatrist that they gave to Sirhan to keep me all drugged up and basically keep those people drugged up so they don't know what's going on and can't talk in the courtroom and defend themselves because they're patsies. They're there to die for the crime they didn't do. And so I'm like, government spook, like that movie Conspiracy Theory with Mel Gibson, the CIA guy that fucking strapped him down and held his fucking eyeballs open while they dropped LSD and showed him a bunch of scary movies on the screen and then drowned him in a fucking swimming pool. That's what I was expecting. Court-ordered psychiatrist from the federal government. That was what I was picturing in my mind. Coming out in a fucking lab coat, strapping me down, putting my eyeballs like that, dropping some LSD in my eyeballs and making me watch a scary movie. Like, I mean, all right, you know, I got an imagination. I've seen some shit in my day. Like I said, I had no money. How am I going to pay for this? I thought they were going to force me into therapy, drugs, treatments, and I would be forced to do it, or they would put me in prison if I don't. You name it. I had tons of fucking things on my mind. I wasn't like scared shitless, but I was nervous. I had a lot of anxiety about this fucking day. Very first thing, I mean, you walk in, it's a government building. My God, dude, if you want to feel the lowest vibrations that you can feel emotionally, walk into a government building. It's the most dirty, fucking depressing piece of shit in town. They're always the most awful fucking places on earth. So yeah, I had to walk into this fucking horrendous building, this government fucking building. Oh, it's depressing fucking piece of shit. Dirty ass window, dirty everything. Everything's fucking dirty and disgusting and depressing, and the government. And go through a fucking metal detector and the whole fucking rigmarole that you go through when you walk into some place like that. And then I get to the bulletproof glass window at the fucking and then, you know, I'm like walking up to the bulletproof glass window at the psychiatrist office, and I'm like, oh my, you know, imagine that's not really helping the situation. Like, it's like I'm at 7-Eleven in the ghetto trying to buy a pack of cigarettes, and they got to put it under in the drawer under the bulletproof glass, and there's that little fucking speaker thing in the middle, like when you're buying movie tickets or whatever. The whole thing, I'm just like, oh my fucking God, my anxiety, I'm like, my heart's going boom, 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 boom. I'm like, what the fuck am I walking into? Like, am I even going to be able to get out of this fucking place if I got a jet? Like, what am I going to, like, am I going to be running down the fucking hallway trying to get to the elevator before it closed with 3 guys in lab coats, big fucking brutes with a straitjacket chasing after me with some fucking hypodermic needles and a straitjacket? Like, I have these thoughts going through my fucking head. And I'm going up to this window. The first thing they ask me is how you're going to pay for this. I'm like, I don't fucking know. I'm homeless. I don't got health insurance. And they're like, well, are you on public assistance? And I'm like, well, yeah, I got food stamps and stuff. And they're like, okay, give me your information. And the woman, she's like, chicka, 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 chicka on the computer. And she's like, oh, you've got health insurance. And I'm like, I do? Are you kidding me? She's like, no. She's like, I found you. You're in the system already. You know, so public assistance. My health insurance information never came to the homeless shelter, so I didn't know I had it. They told me it could take a while, and I didn't really give a fuck because I had other shit. I was homeless. I had other shit to worry about, so I didn't really, like, you know, care. So, until this day. Well, anyway, this woman behind the bulletproof glass and whatever, she was really, really, really friendly. Really friendly. And she goes, here, I'm going to write this stuff down. Here's your policy number. Here's this. Here's that. Here's the other thing. She hands it through the little drawer under the bulletproof glass window. And she goes, here, just take this down to social services when you get done here. And they'll probably just give you your health insurance card right there while you wait. And I'm like, oh, really? Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you so much. And so now I'm a little less nervous. I'm like, that was a good experience. I got health insurance I didn't even know I had. Thanks to you, the taxpayers, on your dime. I guess if you lived in New York, any of you who live in New York, you were paying for my health care. My one psychiatrist appointment that was billed to that account, because I don't fucking go to the doctor. The only way I go to the doctor is if I'm unconscious or if the doctor can't fuck me up any more than I already am. I'll just tough it out. I toughed out a broken arm for 8 weeks before I went to see a doctor, so I'm not going when I get sick. Anyway, they told me to go down. They told me no bill because I'm broke and homeless. State health insurance pays for that. I'm like, booyah, fuck yeah, problem solved. Number one, nothing to worry about there, was it? You all worked up about how you're going to pay for this. That's how you're going to pay for it. You go to the bulletproof glass window and tell the lady your name, and it's done. Okay, fine. Well, now the psychiatrist comes out, and she's a pretty good looking chick, and she's very, she's probably younger than me, very chill, very laid back. She, takes me back to her office. We talk. She asks me, the questions and whatnot, and then we had a conversation about my situation, how I ended up in prison, how I ended up homeless, what I'm doing, like how I feel about it all. And I was pretty honest with her. I mean, I wasn't like sitting there going, "Oh, everything's great, hidely hey, diddly do," like fucking Ned Flanders. But talking to her about it like I'm talking to you guys right now, I was pretty much the same. Like, I may have said I swear a little bit less when I'm in like kind of a, if I don't know people, and I don't know why I'm so open on YouTube and don't get, when I'm on YouTube, I feel like I'm hanging out with my homies, and I'm just the way I am with my friends. When I'm in like a professional environment, I'm a little bit more like, naturally, I'm just not as abrasive and whatnot. So I was myself with her, but not like, like maybe a 7 out of 10. And I said some things, and she was very friendly, easygoing. She was like, "You don't need treatment." She's like, "I'm not going to say you're doing fine." She's like, "You've got some PTSD." She didn't call it PTSD, but she said, "You've been through some serious trauma. And she's like, I would have been more likely to give you a red flag if you told me you were doing great and everything was awesome, because nobody in your shoes would be feeling good about life right now." She's like, that would have actually triggered some sort of flag. But yeah, your life fucking sucks right now. And you're, like, I get it. Like, you're doing the things that you have to do and you're dealing with it the best that you can. She's like, "But I don't need you to come back for treatment. I'm not going to recommend it. I'm going to fill out the paperwork to send back to the court that you're good to go. You don't got to come back here again. There's going to be no court ordered treatment." She's like, "If you feel like you need to talk to somebody, here's my card. You can make an appointment anytime. Plus, I knew I had health insurance now, so if I wanted to, I could for free." But she's like, "You don't have to come back here again. I'll make sure we'll satisfy the court order. You're good to go." Super friendly, super friendly. And I'm like, to the point where right now, here in Houston, if that had been available to me right now to like go back and meet with her again, or somebody like that, I'd probably be more likely to take up the offer, especially if it was free and didn't, because I got poor people, homeless health insurance, and I don't have to pay for any of that shit. I might just do it as like an educational experience, like maybe learn some new ways to handle my stress. I'd probably be more open-minded about it now than I was back then, because I just wanted to get the fuck out of that building and never go back. Not because of her, or, all the people in that office were super. I mean, it was not, obviously, it went a lot different than what I had in my head as I was going into the dirty ass building that day. The picture of what I had and what I was expecting was a little bit different than what happened, obviously. But, now, today, like I said, back then I was home, all the shit going on. I wanted to get the fuck out of that building and never set foot in there again for any reason whatsoever at all. I wanted to just never. I'm like, this is done. I crossed it off my fucking list. Probation officer's going to leave me the fuck alone, not bring that up again. And now I got all this other bullshit going on. I'm just going to focus on that. Go back to the library, sit down and get my fucking work done, fill out 20 fucking job applications, and get the rest of my shit done today. And so that's where my mind was then. Now things are a little bit more stable, and I'm not Like now I would actually be, I'm like, yeah, I could go talk to somebody, and not because I feel like I'm a fucking psychotic nut job and need help, but because maybe somebody could teach me a thing or two about managing my stress, always feeling like I'm up against the wall when it comes to time, not being able to go to the gym, even though I've got, not being able to take care of my fitness and my work and this and the other, like just some of these things that, like the things I'm talking about tonight with, what do you call it? The, what do you, the worrying for no reason shit. Like I'm figuring this out, and part of like this one client of mine, that's his whole shtick. Like the whole website and the book that I help him write and everything that I've done for this client is actually helping me. It's almost like God put me in that situation on purpose to learn some things from him and to, find another way to communicate those kinds of things. And some of the stuff I share with you guys comes from a combination of him, the Bible, and my own experience and things that, a lot of different things come together to put this information in my head to share with you guys. And like I said, I'm not even good at it. I just know what works to a degree to get me out of that state of mind. And so the point of that story about the psychiatrist, the government spook, see whatever the fuck they're going to do to me, the psychiatrist that I was ordered to go see by the court and the judge, or go to fucking prison if you don't. I was really nervous leading up to that appointment, and the fact that it was scheduled a month and a half in advance gave me 6 fucking weeks to dwell on that and let it snowball into a bigger deal than it was. And by the time I had to walk to that building, I'm like, oh my God, what the fuck's about to happen? And, like I said, I've seen Mel Gibson in the movie Conspiracy Theory, where the fucking CIA spook psychiatrist straps him to the chair with his eyeballs open and makes him drop LSD and makes him watch scary movies before they drowned him in a fucking pool. And I'm like, yeah, that's probably where I'm going. That's probably where they're sending me right now. Well, it wasn't. And, and the thought really didn't start to leave my mind. I mean, walking up to the dirty ass bulletproof glass window to where the lady's asking where my health insurance is, and she wants me to put the card in the metal drawer that goes behind the bulletproof glass, like I'm buying a pack of smokes at the ghetto and at a 7-Eleven in the ghetto. Like, the whole fucking thing was just like freaking me the fuck out until I found out at some point that there was nothing, like it was nothing. There was no reason to be all worked up about that shit. I was in and out, done. I'm telling you, it was like an hour after I got there, I was gone and never had to go back into that building again. Like 2 hours, maybe. I was real nervous leading up to it, tied up in knots. 2 hours later, I was telling myself that all that nervous energy was a waste of my energy. And so I think that's a good place to stop it today. I mean, I got some other stuff to talk about, but I don't want to make a 5-hour long live stream. And so I know a lot of you guys have been hanging out with me for 4 hours. Like, I just watched the new Tron movie came out, right? Tron, whatever the fuck. 9 Inch Nails made the soundtrack for it. And so there's 3 Tron movies. My friend's got him on his media server that I watch movies on. So I queued up Tron. Tron Legacy is the second one. And then Tron, something or other is the third movie. A goofy ass fucking movie. Oh my God, Tron especially. That is a goofy fucking movie. But I watched two Tron movies. That was less time than I've just done a fucking live stream. So all of you people who sat through 4 hours of a YouTube live stream tonight, shout out. You're the OGs. You're the ones that come every time I show up. You're here, which is cool with me. So, like I said, moving forward, I'll probably do a live stream next week, but I could just like vanish, but I won't discontinue the live streams until I start posting actual videos again. So if you see me start posting some 10 to 20 minute long videos and then I just don't show up on Wednesday night, you'll at least know if you made it this far. And I'll continue to make this announcement throughout, next week's live stream and whatnot. And the first time I post a short video, I'll make that a quick, 20 to 30-second announcement at the beginning of the video so that everybody knows that I like doing the live streams, and I think they're fun to do and to talk for, 3-4 hours. I don't think the time, it goes by quick. I don't want to do it around 5:30 o'clock. And then when 6 o'clock gets here, I'm still a little bit like, maybe I could make it a short one tonight. But then once I get going and I start talking to you guys and you start showing up in the chats and, I start going through the notes that I jotted down and, it's like I get like a second wind. It's kind of like the same thing happens to me when I go cycling. It happens to me when I go to the gym. It'll probably happen to me when I sit down to record videos instead of doing these. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it, but I've got multiple video cameras, old phones of my new phone. I got this webcam up here, this one here. I got this one down here. I can record my screen. I can, I got all kinds of options. And it's a lot easier to kind of plan things out and do it all when you've got when I can record all these things on separate tracks and kind of plan it out. I can do some pretty cool shit. And if I script it out a little bit and time it and just come up with a way to like, here's my notes, run it through AI and kind of get a feel for like the word count versus the time to speak it. How long does it, like if I write 500, if I write 1,000 words, how long does it take me to say them? If I'm following an exact script, which I don't like to do. I don't like to be like, I don't want to be one of those YouTube people that's like jump cut, where they can't even speak one fucking sentence. I don't know how many YouTube channels you watch like that, but I watch a few, and it's like jump cut, like 6 fucking times every time they say a sentence because they may have misspoke or they're trying to get rid of every little fucking inflection in their, like every little imperfection. And you can make audio, you can edit audio like that and make it super fucking smooth to where nobody would even know that you put cuts in there. You can make it seamless and blend it, but you can't do that with video. You would literally have to have your head in a brace so that your eye in your head never fucking moves from the same position. That's why you always see jump 6 times every time they say a sentence. They say 5 words and cut. 5 words and cut. And it just, I don't know, it drives me fucking nuts because it becomes inauthentic at that point because it's so fucking scripted. Like, seriously, you can't say 3 fucking sentences without having to make an edit because you fucked something up. Like, come on. But I see people doing videos like that all the time and they take off on YouTube and I'm like, come get the fuck out. I'm not going to do that. But I can definitely tighten my shit up a little bit if I'm doing edits. And I've never really done edited videos for this channel. The only edits that I really do are if I just like I shoot 2 videos because something got fucked up in the recording process and I had to stop and start again, or like it's always because of something that happened. It's not because I'm like editing. Alex and Analog, what's up? OG in the house. Yeah, hey, all. I never get notifications of any of these live streams, always buried at the end of my feed. Right, exactly. That's what I've been saying because it's been 22 months and I have not got not even one new subscriber on my YouTube channel in spite of doing at least a live stream and some videos every week. 22 months with 0 new subscribers. Why is that? YouTube says they don't shadow ban anybody. They don't do that. Of course they don't. I could start a new YouTube channel with a video of a fucking goldfish swimming in a fucking bowl generated by AI. I wouldn't even have to get a fucking goldfish or make the video. I'd just be able to grok. Give me a video of a goldfish swimming in a fucking bowl. Put it on a YouTube channel. And I'd get more subscribers in the span of a year than I get on this fucking channel. Tell me that I'm not being shadow banned again. Just, tell me that again, just so I know. This, just so we're fucking clear here. And then people like Alex show up and say, I never get any notifications, and I don't even know that you're the third person tonight that says, I didn't even know you were still on YouTube. No shit. YouTube don't want you to fucking know I'm on YouTube. That's for fucking sure. So anyway, it's 4 hours and 20 minutes. It would be the magic time of day if I wasn't on federal probation. But with that, I'm just gonna leave it till next week. Alex, you're gonna have to watch the replay. It is what it is. Anyway, peace out, everybody. I'm done.